it's gone. He took an old man like me, a second grade education, taught me to be an evangelist. What is my job? Winning souls to Christ. What is your job? Yes, that's the church. We're about our job. We're doing what we're supposed to. Yes, you are. And I got to tell you one thing. You keep on doing what you're doing because God is in it. He is in it. He's going to bless you through this. I'm not talking just money. You got a tin here, we got air conditioning. I thought we was going to be outside. Don't matter to me. Jesus had outside service. It doesn't matter. You got people following you around and got lovely women and children at home. Here sits one of them. I don't know the other gentleman back there. You too? What are we here for? We're here to make a difference. We're here to make a difference. I'm not going to stand here and I'm not going to talk to you about politics because politics is a word for liars. That's exactly what it is. My Bible tells me no liar will enter the gates of heaven. No liar. Or is this man Democrat or I'm what God tells me to be. God tells me to vote for that person, I do. Listen, we're in the last days. This thing is about over.
That's right.
I'd like to have a word of prayer. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord Jesus, we ask you have your way today, Father. Touch each and every one of them here, the ones in the sound of my voice, Father. Let nothing come out of my mouth except what you want to come out. Lord, let it all be lined up with the Word of God, with what you said, Father. You said you left the power with us, Father. We exercise it right now in the name of Jesus Christ. I ask you to put a hedge around each and every one of these here, even the ones in the parking lot, Father. Not only just a hedge that Satan can't come through, covered with the blood of Jesus Christ. And Lord, as we worship you today, I ask, Father, that you become real to us. Amen.
Amen.
Do you know what Satan hates you to do? How many knows what Satan hates the most? He hates you to worship. He went to Jesus Christ. He went to him 3 times. What did he say? If you bow down and you worship me, I'll give you all this. Wait a minute. You mean it all here belongs to him? We're in this world, but we're not of this world. We are not of this world. He's left the power with us. Come on in, sister. He's left the power with us. The power to what? Bind. What we bind on earth, we will bind in heaven. What we loose on earth will be loose in heaven. I'm going to tell you something, brothers and sisters here today. I want to tell you something. If you want to get something out of this service, leave the outside world behind you. Get your hands up like antennas in the air and worship Jesus Christ. And God will bless you. What's he going to do? Give me $1,000? I don't know what he's going to do. Let me tell you about my brother. My brother was in a service one day. He said, Mark, he's in a wheelchair. He was cerebral palsy. I said, Max, what happened in the service? He said, well, God said to raise my hand, but he said I looked around and nobody else was raising their hand, so I didn't either. And all of a sudden I started to cry. I said, my God, boy, he'd have healed you if you'd raised your hand. You'd have got out of that wheelchair and been healed, but you didn't do your part. How many times have we not done our part? Well, somebody will look at me. They might look at me wrong. I don't care how you look at me. You can't fire me. You didn't have me. Keep me out of trouble, Dad. What do I mean? Man, you're no Pentecost preacher. You're mean. No, I'm not. I don't work for you. I work for somebody higher up. My wages come from him. He supplies all my needs. All my needs. And yes, Lord, he's supplying you all your needs. Look around. See what's here.
Right.
What's it about? It's about souls. It's about, in the Old Testament, Moses brought them out. Moses had a helper. His name was Aaron, if I remember correct. What? His brother, right? Wasn't his name Aaron? I don't want to say things wrong. You realize what they looked like when they got out and got to that water, and the water, and all them people behind them was coming, they were going to kill them. I'm here to tell you something. They're trying to kill you. Don't let them. Load your gun. Take your sword. Here's the sword. Here's the sword. I said at the truck stop one day, here come a guy with a big Texas hat. Coming up there, and I said, Lord Jesus, man, this guy really wanted to come to church. He says, I really need to kill somebody. And I know how. He said, I'm a Marine. I said, what's wrong? He said, well, they turned my load down over here, and I got to haul it back, and I don't get no fuel mileage. This was way before this, about 18 years ago. And I said, Lord, two angels. Two angels. A man appeared on that ramp there at that truck stop in Greencastle, Pennsylvania. He came forward. He said, I need prayer. He stuck his head inside the chapel, which was a trailer made into a chapel. Put his hand back to me and he says, I need prayer now. He got my hand. What do you think he prayed? Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. You know the rest of it. If you don't, you should. And after that, I was able to lead the man to Christ. I was able to pray for him. I started down my old truck. That time we had an old truck. Started back and said, Lord, was that an angel? He said, do you not believe your prayers, Mark? I said, you know me better than that, Father. But Father, I asked for two. He said, the other one was holding his hand above your head. He meant to kill you. Hear what I'm saying, the power of prayer. Hear what I'm telling you. Don't fight among each other. It's of the devil. If you don't like what's going on, then get out of here. Right. Don't bring the trouble in. We don't need it. Right. Said that one time in church, a Spanish church, he said, oh, don't tell him to run. Oh, don't tell him to go. I want him here. He said, you got to cut the service off. We're going to eat at 12 o'clock. I said, you go ahead and eat. I don't work by a time clock. Come on, there you go. I don't. There you go. That door has an opening. Come and go. Whatever you want to do. How many come here to worship the Lord today? That's right. Are you serious? I worship every day. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm not a singer, but I know you all can. Karaoke. I've got some good singers here. Karaoke gospel. Got me a home, got me a home, got me a home, everybody. Got me a home, got me a home, got me a home. God tells you to do something, run around the church, go for it. Make your start. Make your start. He tells you to speak in tongues, go ahead. I know speaking tongues after bit, but when we're talking to him, well, we're not being perfect. That's between me and him. You can interpret. Think about what he's saying. You're home in heaven. Man didn't touch it. Man did not touch it. Glory to God. Bless your people today, Father. Bless them, Father. If you like jumping out of that wheelchair, come on. Don't be surprised if it happens. I've seen it happen many times. Oh, yeah. There's actually an old Pentecost song coming up. This is an old Pentecost song, if I turn it the right way. How many knows we got the power? It's biblical. Listen to it.
Give me your hand. Let's agree together that all of our enemies will crumble at our feet. For whatever we bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. At the name of Jesus, Satan has to flee. But we've got the power in the name of Jesus. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. Don't Satan rages, we cannot be defeated. But we've got the power in the name of the Lord. For many years now, Satan's tried to stop us. But the church of Jesus, we're still alive. Like a mighty army, we will not be defeated. Winning every battle with the Lord by our side. We've got the power. Oh, hallelujah. He's somebody on the name of Jesus. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. Oh, Satan rages, we cannot be defeated. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. We've got the power in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Yes, we've got the power. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. Satan rages. We cannot be defeated. Come on in, brother. Come on in. We should get power in the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. Actually, come on in and get all of you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. We got the power in the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. Oh, Satan rages. Satan rages. We cannot be defeated. We've got the power. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. Yes, we've got the power. We've got the power in the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord.
Why do we have the power? Here's the reason we have the power. The precious blood of Jesus is shed for each and every one of us. You sisters are good. Now, somebody pray for me. I'm going to ask the women to pray as children. A man sometimes will go up and say, oh, God doesn't want to do it. Oh, no, he's saying we need son, he'll do it.
The darkness moves in on each side. Just remember that God is always watching in love. In His loving arms, you can always find Jesus comes in the midst of the storm to deliver His children from He will sit as when He comes in the midst of the storm. And deliverance. He has power to stop that troublesome wind. While there's nothing too hard for the Savior to do, why not reach out to Him? 'Cause He's reaching out to you. Jesus comes in the midst of your soul to deliver His children from harm. When your storm gets so He will sit as when He comes in the midst of the storm. When your storm gets so down, He will sit as when He comes in the midst of the storm. Jesus comes in the midst of your storm. You realize that's the reason I'm here.
Anybody grandfathers in here? Grandmothers? Mothers? This song's for you.
Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. There's an enemy among us trying to take their souls astray. Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. We must fight for our children. We must fight. We must fight for our children. We must fight. There's an enemy among us trying to take our children from us. Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. Come and lay them on the altar one more time. Tell Satan you can't have my children. They are mine. He can't cross that crimson flood. They are covered with Jesus' blood. Come and lay them on the altar one more time. Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. Let us pray for our children. Let us pray. There's an enemy among us trying to take their souls astray. We must pray for our children. We must pray. We must pray for our children. Let us pray.
When you see what's going on, I know you all do. They're trying to kill them through abortion. Yes, Lord, I will. Had a woman come in the truck stop one night. She came in the truck stop, she was crying. I said, Lord, should I call her forward? He said, no, my son, leave her be. After a bit, she came forward. She said, my husband was a truck driver and he forced me into having an abortion. It was a baby boy. I don't even know his name. This goes clear into marriages when a child is killed in the mother's womb. There's no reason for it. None whatsoever. The woman has a choice. It's a choice to keep your legs together and don't spread them. Yes, you're sitting in front of the speaker. You're going to get it all, Pastor. So what happens? The husband has a choice to take care of his kin. The Bible says he's nothing more than an infidel if he doesn't support his family. That's what the Bible says. What's going on today? We're in the last days. This thing's about over. We're the Gentile part. We're the Gentile. Israel has a real battle going over there right now. If you're not supporting Israel, you should. The Truckers Ministry, that woman over there takes care of the checks. She sends a check out every month to Israel. We live on Social Security. Here comes, he's going to ask for money. No, he ain't either. I don't never have to ask for money. God brings it to me. God supplies my needs. He supplies all my needs. But let's go back to the subject we're talking about. That woman came in. She asked God to take the hate out of her heart, the hurt out of her heart. And she left. After a bit, I went to leave, and here was a Mercedes-Benz in the driveway. She said, I want to give you an offering. She had a check folded up. I won't go to the amount, Lord. I won't. I prayed over the check, didn't look at it. I'm on the way home. Lord says, she give you this. I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I will not accept this. After a bit, he said, pull into the church here now. I pulled in the parking lot, and it was exactly what he said it was. Yesterday, I said to my wife, she got back in the car. I said, you know how much? I said, honey, you put $110 in the gas tank. I didn't look at it. I didn't have to. He told me. She said that's exactly what it was. Who would have ever thought that we'd be putting this kind of money in the fuel tank? What can we do about it? Oh, we can talk about it and get on the phone and talk to everybody. That's not going to do it good. He's left the power for us to pray. The church people, wait a minute, what are you talking about? This is a movement. This is a convoy. Is it not a movement for Christ too? If it isn't, you wouldn't be here. If it's a movement for Christ, guess who's in charge? No, it's not Santa Claus. I have a hard time calling him Santa Claus. David. Jesus Christ has chosen every last one of you that are here to do what you're doing. And there's more coming. Hello. I'm going to play you another song. Through this song, if you're led to come forward to give your life to Christ, you're led to come forward to be prayed for. So you don't cry it out the window and come on forward. I had to do it. That night I walked the aisle. The whole church was watching me. The whole church.
At that time, I thought it was it was a church building, but preacher was preaching my life. He was hitting where it hurt. Some of you here, not because you want to be, but I got news for you. Jesus knows where you're at. He'll bless you anyhow.
Pastor, you want to sing? The Bible says it's joyful noise unto the Lord, brother. God only knows I can't sing. My wife did. She said you gotta ride. Put it in the right way, Tommy.
Stephen Taylor, send me the information on that video you're talking about.
This is Quentin Mills. Anybody here know Quentin Mills? Ever heard of him?
Send me a link or something in an email, please.
My light still with sin. Cause I would not let my dear Savior Then Jesus came to me like a stranger in the night. How sweet the song they sang that night I saw. I still recall standing there, holding on to that pew. It seemed I was the only one that old preacher was talking to. Then he opened up his Bible and read John 3:16. It was the most precious words I'd heard, the greatest love I'd ever seen. He said, God so loved me that for me he gave his only begotten Son. Died on the cross in my stead for all the wrong I'd done. The door was left wide open as he held the altar on for a little while. I let go the back of that pew. That night I walked the aisle. I was raised in the church house. I went to Sunday school. I drifted away from God, made a bar stool my pew. I didn't want to be a Christian. It just was not my style. Thank God my life has changed. That night I walked the aisle. He said, God so loved me that for me he gave his only begotten Son. To die on the cross in my stead for all the wrong I'd done. Was left wide open as I held the altar for a little while. I let go the back of that pew. That night I walked the aisle. Jesus came to my heart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. No.
The preacher told the people of the power found in prayer, and that the offer of salvation was for everybody there. A little girl sat in the front row, listening quietly. When he gave the invitation, she stood up from her seat. Her legs were bent and crippled, and she could not walk alone. The only strength that she could muster came from the crutches she leaned on. She stumbled and I kept her, so I was standing there.
Sorry guys, I quit following that.
Though I
Until
did
see it
not
here, I'm
mean
not gonna say anything about it.
listen.
It's just my opinion.
I could not help but
Good
feel.
afternoon to everyone.
I thought she'd ask for healing or some other kind of help. A chance to run and play like other kids, or something special for herself. Instead, she asked for something to meet someone else's need. It was something for her daddy that would last eternally. She laid her clutches on the altar while she knelt down to pray, to ask God to save her daddy so he could go with her someday. I could not stop the tears that was falling from my eyes as the prayers of that little girl touched my heart, changed my life. The last time that I saw her wasn't like the time before, for her soul had left for heaven, where she would run and hurt no more. The preacher talked about her, how she had prayed unselfishly. When her daddy heard the story, he stood up from his seat. He laid his crutches on the altar where his little girl had knelt and prayed to ask God to save her daddy so he could go with her someday. He could not stop the teardrops that was falling from his eyes as the present his heart, changed his life. Come lay your crutches on the altar. People said I never make it. I never see it through. They don't know what they go through. I guess they never have had you. Oh, my life was in shambles. Till the day you came along. But you fill my heart with laughter. You gave me a brand new song. Lord, I'm holding on. Lord, I'll never let you go. You're the best thing you ever found. Oh, voted likely not to prosper, was left hanging over my head. You will never count for nothing. That's what most people say. I've been known to be unsettled, never stayed around too long. Lord, you're the treasure I was looking for, and Lord, I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on. Lord, I'll never let you go. You gave me a smile. You touched my heart, you touched my soul. And the bridges that's behind me, Lord, I burned them to the ground. I'm still holding on to the best thing you ever found. Oh, and the bridges that's behind me, Lord, I burned them to the ground. I'm still holding on to the best thing you ever found. Lord, I'm holding on to the best thing you ever found.
We're going to have an altar call in a minute. I want you all to bow your heads and listen to the word. Listen to what he says. Not this one. This is Spanish. The next
Buscando muchas respuestas que mi agobiada alma no encontraba. Vi una flor brotar donde no había lluvia del sol. Y supe que esta flor cambiaría el resto de mi vida. Encontré un lirio en mi valle, la fuerza cuando estaba rendido. Encontré un lugar para dejar mi carga. Encontré refugio de la tormenta, donde cambié mis cielos oscuros por brillantes rayos de sol. Encontré un lirio en mi valle y siempre florecerá. Con el corazón herido y pareces no encontrar en tu mente paz. Estás buscando respuestas, pero tus problemas son cada vez más. Extiende a Jesús tus manos que te tomará y romperá tus ataduras. Él será el lirio en tu valle y podrás verlo todo el tiempo florecer. Será el lirio en tu valle, la fuerza cuando estés rendido. Será el lugar para dejar tu carga. Te refugiará de la tormenta, donde cambiarás tus cielos oscuros por brillantes rayos de sol. Será el lirio en tu valle y siempre florecerá. Encontré un lirio en mi valle, la fuerza cuando estaba rendido. Encontré un lugar para dejar mi carga, me dio refugio de la tormenta, donde cambié mis cielos por brillantes rayos de sol. Encontré un lirio en mi valle y siempre florecerá. Encontré un lirio en mi valle y siempre florecerá.
In case y'all missed it, fuel is pretty costly right now.
Here we are in your presence, lifted up holy hands.
Sorry, McDonough, quit being negative.
Here we are, praising Jesus for the things He's brought us through. I can't tell you how I feel inside. Just don't know what I could say. And Lord, I'm not worthy to even speak your name. Yet you tell me that you love me just the same. Here we are
That's correct. Got to scroll
in
on
your
the say that.
presence,
Darling Dieter.
lifted up holy hands to you. Here we are, praising Jesus for the things He's brought us through. I
My bad.
never thought that it could be this way. dying in my sin. But you looked at me with so much love, and you took me in. Here we are in your presence, lifting up holy hands to you. Here we are, praising Jesus for the things He's brought us through. For the things He's brought us through. We praise you, Jesus. Yes, I do praise you, Jesus. Hi, my name is Clint Mills. I can't help but praise someone who gets to the bottom of the bottom and lifted me up. I'm about to share a story with you. It's going to sound almost unbelievable. The songs that I have written that perhaps you are familiar with. I found the lily in my valley. I've been to the potter's house. Windows of my soul. I don't want to be the one to break the family circle. These songs were actually birthed out of experiences in my life. Some before, and some after my salvation. I was born May 30th, 1945, the youngest of 12 children in the farm in North Carolina. And even though my mom and dad were very good church people, my dad was a Baptist leader for 67 years, mom was a very strong church worker. I went to church as a child. But when I began to get older, I thought I had it all figured out without Jesus. And that's where you make one of the biggest mistakes in your life. You feel like you can plan a successful future without Jesus. What is success? Does it amount to dollars and cents? Does it amount to what we own? After all, we can take nothing of what we own with us when we leave here.
That's
I
right.
believe success in my mind is knowing Jesus Christ and the total pardon of your sin. To know that if He should come, if He should call right now, you don't have to worry about where you're going to spend eternity. Chances are there are a lot of people listening to me right now while I'm speaking to you who don't know Jesus. And I want to try to introduce Him to you. I think back at the tender trap that Satan set for me so carefully, so tediously, with the purpose of totally denying my talents, my ability, and even my soul to belong to Jesus Christ. I sung on a talent show one night in high school. I did this to impress my classmates, and I gained popularity from it. Such popularity that I felt like that I could live my life without Jesus. And that is one of the greatest mistakes that you could ever make in this world. I became very successful. I got a band together. We started making good money for high school kids. As a matter of fact, I believe that Satan allowed me to become successful by doing this so that I would see no need for Jesus in my life. My mom would be trying to tell me, Quentin, Satan is going to fool you. And I'm thinking, oh, Mom, you're so old. You don't know what's going on.
As of
But
right now, are you real?
I look back
earlier?
now, and Mom was only trying to spare her son the turmoil and the pain of what Satan had to offer. After high school, I joined the Navy. In the Navy, I began hanging with the wrong crowd. These guys that I were hanging with, they were drinkers, and they introduced me to drugs. And just wanting to fit into the crowd, which sometimes we can get ourselves in
That's
a lot
right,
of
Tom and
trouble.
Jerry.
I began taking drugs, and doing things that I normally wouldn't do. Their lifestyle rubbed off on me, and friend, I never saw it coming. The enemy always wants you to think that you're in control, but you're never in control. There's no sinner in this world, regardless of who he or she is in control of his or her life. When you're serving sin, you're serving Satan. Satan's a cruel master. In service, I took this on as my lifestyle. When I got discharged in 1968, my life was a big mess. I searched for real meaning, never really finding what I was looking for because I was searching for something that the world didn't have. After kind of drifting up and down from a few states for a few years, I finally decided this life is so pitiful that I had rather die than to try to live this life. And that's exactly what I tried to do. I tried my very best to take my life. But even in the midst of all of this, God had a plan. Sometimes when you feel like that you've got the future all figured out, you don't give God time for his plan to prevail. In the midst of chaos, when I had done everything that I thought I could possibly do, I called on Jesus one hot summer night in 1972. And I never really realized what a few minutes with Jesus Christ would do for your life. He not only forgave me, he saved me. He picked me up, he cleansed me. He set forth a new man. The song that I wrote about, I Don't Want to Be the One to Break the Family Circle, was a true song about how my mom, even though dying with cancer, she would pray, God, don't let me die until you save Quentin. God did just that. Before my mom died, I was saved the summer of 72, she died the fall of 72. So when you hear me sing songs like, I've been to the potter's house, why did I go to the potter's house? I had to really realize, friend, all of the answers that I thought I had, they were not working. Sometimes we just have to wake up and smell the coffee, look at the issue just like it is. Stop pointing fingers at everybody else and look at the real deal. Look at you in the mirror and realize no one can make me be a loser except me. Jesus can do what you cannot do. The song that was birthed through pain, through my efforts to try to get my life together, a song that really have touched and blessed millions of people and still is blessing millions. I found the lily in my valley. What valley? The valley of depression, the valley of oppression, the valley of drug abuse, the valley of alcoholism, the valley of no value in my life. The night that I asked Jesus to save me, I was really amazed. He never asked me anything. He just saved me. And I didn't realize it then, but he had big plans for my life. I have been singing gospel music now for several years professionally, and I travel all over the country. I've been over the United States. I've been in 42 foreign countries, but I've never been anywhere like Calvary. Now I wonder, what more could God have done with my life if I had just given it to him sooner? Don't waste another day of your life. God has a plan for your life. The gospel need to be proclaimed to the world. The Bible says if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them who are lost, in whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believe not. Blinded minds. There is a bad thing in a blinded mind, because you see no need for change. But today, why don't you just really look at the issues like it is? If you can get your life together, why haven't you? If you can quit, then why you're still doing what you're doing? Sometimes in your frustrations to try to get your life together and can't, we take our anger out on people who are totally innocent. Let's just get it all together. Let's talk to God. Right where you are, friend. It matters not where you are. In your car, in your home. It matters not in what country you're in. The same Jesus Christ that saved Quentin Mills will save you. He died for all of your sins. So right where you are right now, we're going into an altar service in just a little bit. I'll be singing a song that's going to reflect that. At that time, why don't you just give Jesus your life? Say goodbye to sin, regardless of what you're doing. Don't you think that your family deserves a brand new name? Don't you think that your family, your wife, your children, your mom, your dad, don't you think that they deserve a brand new man, woman, boy, but the young man? Don't you deserve the very best that Jesus ever offered you? And that is that you would be a child. Choir singing, just as I am now, while this old song is playing. People at the altar kneeling down to pray. Some are finding mercy, forgiveness for their sins. Some are fighting battle, the struggle and to win. The time has come to give them to the Lord. That's what this altar is for. That's what this altar is for. You don't have to carry those burdens anymore. There's a light in the darkness. There's a love that's true. Jesus is waiting.
Somebody remove Patton McCrouch from my screen right now, please. Get him out. I don't want him here.
Before they close the door. That's what this altar is for.
Don't come in here talking.
Father is praying with his son. A mother kneels beside him, thanking God they found. The old man is standing there in tears, giving up a part of him he's held back for years. Hearts are being broken, lives are being changed. Those who call upon him will never be the same. The time has come to give them to the Lord. That's what this altar is for. That's what this altar is for. You don't have to carry those burdens anymore. There's a light in the darkness. There's a love that's true. Jesus is waiting there. He's waiting there for you. The time has come to give it to the Lord. You don't have to carry those burdens anymore. That's what this altar is for. That's what this altar is for.
Very true, Mary, right?
Well, if you didn't like the service, I'll give you your money back. How's that? I gotta quit that. I got scolded by the Holy Ghost one day. He said, that's not a place to joke, don't you do that no more. I used to tell them old truck driving stories. I got some good ones. You won't let me do that either. I seen you had a man down here, sings like Elvis Presley here a while back. He came to the homes many a time where we preached. Came in there one time, he went to the clubs. He said God told him to put the jumpsuit away and not to put it on no more. Now he sings for Christ.
Singing for Christ. What do you understand?
I don't have a cold. My nose runs when I get to preaching. Thank God nobody brought me hankies. They certainly got a pile of hankies out of high because I cry. Came here out of love of Jesus Christ for each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. Sorry about this loud. It gets a little loud from time. Can you hear me, Pastor? You want the microphone, Pastor? I thought you did. Why didn't you say something, brother?
This man has come all the way down here. I wouldn't be a good Pentecostal if I didn't pass the hat. Well, you don't have to, yeah. You know your thing, I've done perfect my thing. It's right there. So, don't care. If you don't have to give, don't worry about it. You ain't worried about it. I'll still be the laborers worthy of time. You can't find it. You're going to
Something's wrong with the speaker.
something wrong with the speaker. Oh, we just get okay. If I lose the key,
What's it look like? It's a GM key. It's a single key.
single key. Our people. Anyway, our people that the preached it came down the very first day. And,
Can you understand it? Came down here, brought my way. Came down the very first day and prayed with us in the parking lot with all the live streams. Appreciate it so much. But you understand we are praying for all. Hey, middle of the night. Appreciate it. But let's all bow our heads. He said he was through, so let's all bow our heads and close the service in prayer. Father, we thank you this wonderful day. The songs of prayer, the message you spoke to every heart. Ask you, Father, to go out of this service with us while we came here. United with you and connected with you. We don't want to leave without you. Any hearts here that has not got a personal relationship with you, don't let them leave here without that personal relationship. We'll be around a little bit later. Deal with them, oh God. And they need to come forward and urge them to you. That's what we love to do. Bless the rest of this day. Bless my brothers. Go back to his home. Bless them greatly, Father. We ask this all in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
All right. God bless you.
Christy Grover, that's a misnomer. It's not sown into our culture, it's sown into our society.
It stayed on. Good.
Yeah, it ran the whole time.
Hey, Santa, let them know lunch is ready.
That was
It's ready. Say it, Joe. Put the mic down. Say it.
This man came here
Speak up, bud.
and couple of the songs that he had were like right on. 9/10 of what we're doing is about the babies. It's about the children. The other one is we're in a storm.
Yes, we are.
And if it wasn't for him, we'd all be defeated. There's an attack here, there's an attack over there, there's one over there. If it wasn't for our Father in heaven, we'd all be defeated. Well, I appreciate this man coming here today. And
Once you let him have his way, go on. He wants his life to you, let it happen. Come on.
Speak it, brother. Speak it.
That don't give. Don't back off. I know you can mess
God give him the strength to stand.
Come on.
Let him rip.
thank you, Holy Spirit, for all you've given me to fight for my kids, to fight for your kids, to fight for everybody's out there kids. I'm not a preacher. I just have the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
The next to the preacher.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much.
I want to tell you, are you from the field? Don't you breathe the Holy Ghost when he wants to use you. Don't you breathe it. Let him have his way. Hey, it feels good, doesn't it, brother? Don't worry about them. They don't like to cry. They don't like to watch.
Everybody, please pay attention to Nina Rice's comment right here.
Man has a calling.
Pray for her son Dylan. He's in remission for thyroid cancer.
God sent people in here.
Consider prayers. Nina Rice headed your way.
Hang in there.
Well, it's not that they don't realize, it's the others don't realize. I'm going to post a video here in a little bit. I'm going to create a post. I'm going to post a video here in a little bit, and I would really encourage you guys
1, 2, ready, people.
to go and watch it when I post it, because something that I heard a while ago. I'm gonna go ahead and grab my. I'm grabbing right now, guys. This way, that way, or that way, this way.
This way, that way.
That's. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick while I'm here.
Doc, we are serving.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
I mean it to be mean, but
Oh no,
peppers?
I don't think that is me. No. Chicken, yes. Thank you for serving.
Got lettuce and
We serve ourselves on these.
lettuce and tomato, yes.
On top of the chicken place.
You don't want none for the hamburger?
I'll probably put it over on the hamburger when I get there, but I've got fresh onions and stuff right here. Where's the mustard and everything, guys? Come on.
Hey,
Y'all half-heartedly serving us today?
But dinner's waiting.
we got teriyaki chicken and Italian chicken for dinner.
We don't even have the... Can somebody open the tomatoes? I'm one-handed, guys. Yeah, I'm an invalid here right now carrying my live stream. Oh yeah, exactly, right? Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Slice some tomatoes thin, guys. That's all right. I'm gonna eat them all. Hello, hello.
You got this mustard at?
That's what I'm fixing to ask somebody for, or go find it myself.
What's that down there?
It was, yeah. It might be back in the trailer. Where are the women at? She might know. You're getting the mustard?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we're looking for. I looked all through the pantries there and I found none.
Somebody just put the bar back.
Woo, it's cold.
They can't do that.
Not put the bar back.
You
Correct.
gotta put the bar back.
Yes.
We got pickles, ketchup, sriracha,
Grab the mustard
mustard.
and I'll carry these pickles out. Oi, damn it. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud, but my wrist gave out. It hurt. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Do we have any more tines that we can reach in here with, please? Both of them.
Oh, there's ketchup.
No, I'm good. I was making sure I was good. Hey, everybody, thank y'all for being here. Sorry, I haven't been speaking with y'all. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. And yeah, so. FYI for anybody and everybody, we should have some numbers. I know a lot of people have been curious as to how things are working. Oh, they changed that. Wrong drink. Where the monies are being used. I'm going to sit you down for a minute, guys. You're going to be pointing at the ceiling. Hold on. You need two hams. All right, recover. And I'm going to sit you guys down because I got go to the restroom again. So
Hold on.
I'll be back. Hold on.
Wait. Wait. Good manners.
Here. Thank you all for being here. Hamburger, sauteed green pepper and onions, chicken underneath, like some teriyaki style chicken, and a huge hamburger, at least a quarter pounder. No, I'll try to evade you as much as possible. No, you're fine, no, please stay, okay, yeah, please stay there. I'll keep you out. I have no problem with that. I'd rather, well, actually, they would rather. They like to watch me eat. I don't know why. Or they've asked for me to watch me eat before.
My doggy wants to be a movie star.
There you go.
This is Convoy Kirchy.
Convoy Kirchy.
He's 16 years old. Says, I want to go to the convoy.
Well, there he be. He's with us now.
Convoy Kirchy. Personal protection vest.
I brought mine because my daughter is going, she went to North Carolina, then she went to camp. And the neighbor came in, somebody came with a big dog, you know. I don't have a helper that can handle that big dog. So,
We had a whole bunch of good dogs.
but brought her with me. She's done well.
Well,
Yeah, it helped with these. If people kept coming up to take pictures with the dog, and then I handed them a pamphlet.
oh, good.
So
Except for those that complained about the flags.
Oh, really? No.
You remember I told you
Oh, yeah.
when the two dogs went at it?
That was
Yeah.
well, it was just a family, right? But he had a smaller dog. And I mean, I got this small long-legged dog, right? And a long-legged dog. She's a Doberman Pinscher. Big.
Oh. Mini pins? Miniature pinchers or pins?
Oh, no. She's long-legged. She's tall. Yeah, she stands up, she's tall 9.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And this family walks by and their little dog starts singing, you know. And then my dog makes a, she sounds like a boy. She's a girl, but she's got that low bark. And they said, well, she said, how did they word it? How did they say it? I was trying to tell him the story.
That guy says, she probably went after him because they saw the flag. They don't like that flag. So yeah. That's what they were saying about a dog going after another dog because the dog's wearing a flag bandana.
I mean,
Like, for real?
get out of the States. Go somewhere. Don't come American. Be
Right.
American if you don't want to be American.
I just couldn't understand the premise from his comment.
Right. Enough of you have to go eat your balls.
I just was.
Other than the
I
fact
was
that people were
bored.
just plain out evil.
That's just.
That's my
just
personal-
So messed up.
Oh, God.
I was just bored.
You're the one with a beautiful voice.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do like to sing every now and then. But I don't do it enough to know the words to anything.
Oh, no. You would have to do some singing for that, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if they'll do it. I'll have to go home eventually. I work, so I have to keep my job because I didn't get the shot. Yeah, and I don't think I get a medical job anywhere else without the shot. And I refuse.
Oh, do you have a medical job without a shot?
Yes.
Don't talk about it.
Oh, they already know. The whole crowd knows already. I want.
Yeah, please don't lose it.
Yeah, no.
That's the important thing,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I need to keep a job. So I'm a night shift. Not that I like night shift, but night shift's not dramatic. It's like you don't have everyone taking care of y'all. Physical therapy, doctors. There's just so many people there at night shift. Like night shift.
Do you work in there at night?
Yeah, and it, you know, I do what I need to do. I take care of patients, keep them clean.
Not crazy.
No, not. I mean, I've had 19 by myself. We have a split. We've been a little short-winded on the night shift, so it's coming hit and miss. But on the regular nights, it's fine. We have been a little bit hit and miss right now. We're short on night shift work. But at the end of the day, it's still been an easier job than anywhere else I've worked.
So during COVID, were you
No, Frankie wasn't hangry. He's just hungry.
crazy?
Hungry.
Was it still during? Is it still considered during COVID?
No, absolutely not. The nurses barely wear masks. I'll be honest. They will not tell anybody, but I'll tell
I
them.
still go to my
The
doctor.
nurses, as soon as they get out of a room, that mask comes off. And as long as it's wrapped on here, we slap it right back on. If we have to move, we sit down at the computer, that mask is
Where you
off.
going? Where you going?
You see my point? I mean, we know. We ain't stupid. And we've been in and out of those rooms ever since it started. I mean, we either had it or we ain't. We're done. You know,
Exactly.
We're done. I've got the ones that's been diagnosed with COVID in the last month have had broken shoulders, UTIs, pneumonia. Did you know you can have pneumonia without COVID?
Hey, Lady Buckeye. In the precious blood of the Lamb,
Before COVID happened, COVID was
there's
cold.
power, power,
But, you know,
on the working power, blood
The most.
of the Lamb.
and God knows there were people that died. But there were less people that died of COVID last year than really the year before, and other illnesses.
I watched a guy that actually invented the.
Well, thank you, Star Trek
calendar,
fan.
the,
1701.
thing you see
Thank
from,
you.
Like Johns Hopkins University or the CDC, the charts and everything. I watch him every Friday. He's on. He has a YouTube channel
I'm buttoned
also.
down safely.
Yeah, and he shows you.
I laid my phone down.
trying to eat
I
now.
got back on my phone.
He shows
Lady, you
how
lost it again? My goodness, girl.
You take that big circle like
I know
this.
where it's at, so much hair.
Children have died.
Oh no.
$500. Oh, 500.
Something's going on with kids right now because the ER's been overwhelmed with kids lately.
You're giving them shots.
I know, that's what I think. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't work in the emergency room, so I can't confess. You know
That's what
what I'm
they're doing.
saying?
They're giving them shots.
But we've definitely had an influx of children in the hospital lately.
No,
So
they-
much for that they've given special rights for the doctors. Because the little hospital I'm at, they have to go to Charlottesville
And you
or
know,
Baltimore.
until just a couple of, I haven't been watching since I've been down here, but the last, up until like last week, over in China,
Yeah.
nobody's dying from COVID.
No, they're dying because they won't feed them. They're jumping out of windows.
Well, they just locked them all up. That's true
Yeah,
too.
they locked them all up
But they
and they're
didn't.
killing them on purpose.
No, they didn't have COVID.
Right. No, they didn't.
And they're locking them up again in Shanghai.
I know.
They just got released for like 2 weeks and they're getting locked back up
And there's somebody just,
after 2.5 months.
It's control. It's government.
just total.
Pure
I
control.
don't know how China and that area works, but
That's what they want to do here.
yeah.
It's the same agenda they're pushing
They're
up on
doing it
us.
in Canada already.
They literally couldn't do it with COVID because enough of us stepped up, but now they're going to kill us with inflation and everything else.
Everything else.
Because at some point, people are going to go after each other when
They're
they
killing
get
the chickens, they're killing the cows, they're killing the meat processing plants.
Just heard the largest pork production plant in the U.S. just got closed.
When?
Today, earlier today, yesterday, whatever.
Closed for what?
I didn't get into the article. I was live
peanut
streaming.
butter. I've been eating Jif for years, and it's just all of a sudden it has salmonella. Some Jif got taken off the.
Exactly.
Really?
Well,
We don't know how nasty the plants are that make our food. Honestly, if people really thought about it, if they really went to, well, we think that the government's controlling it. I don't believe that. I believe that there's a lot of things slide.
the government's only involved for the money.
Right, absolutely.
That's the only thing the government's looking for is their money.
That's my opinion.
That's why they make. That's why we talk so much about smaller government. The larger the government, the more restrictive laws or whatever you want to call them. I think I call them restrictive mandates. They have expectations, even though they don't acquire the expectations being expected of them.
Right.
What they do is they still bill them for going over there and doing the inspection, but they let them get away with it. So it's like,
But they get their money.
we'll send you a fine so they can collect more money,
Yep.
and yet the plants might not still correct the issues that they had that they were fined for or looked at, you know.
Right.
And I've seen that happen many times over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And it's in all phases of work, construction, I mean everything.
Right. No,
And it's big government is costly.
I make sense. I can't get past the fact that we did we did a tea party, and we fought taxes just to turn around and let them tax every single dollar they give us. That just makes no sense. Where did we go? I can't figure out why. But I do believe that the BlackRocks and the Rothschilds, and I think there's somebody even bigger than them that nobody knows about. I think there's still some no names that even own them, honestly.
Well, I've got some number or some names for you. I'm going to create a post in a little bit of a video. It's an hour long.
Yeah.
Everybody you hearing, it's an hour long. My apologies for it being so long, but it's the video that's there.
Yeah.
You guys must watch this.
Yeah.
It talks about the beginning with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the J.P. Morgans and
Have you read
and
that
those
Jackal
people.
book? I haven't gotten it yet. The Jackal book?
Jackal book now.
There's a Jackal book. Some kind of book named with Jackal in it. There's a little girl that does YouTube thing on the Jackal history where it talks about the Rothschilds and how they all
I may have heard it.
yeah, how they inbred to keep it in the system.
Right. I think I have read that.
And how many people don't know that the presidents are all kin? They're all related. Even Obama is related to the Bushes. That's why they. That's how they all got knocked. And that's so sad. I thought I thought big of the Bushes, but now with all the pedophilia that's come out, how the Bushes especially.
The video that I'm going to post is called Forbidden Knowledge. It was done by a Jack Otto. It was done at Ron Paul's 2008 campaign election time frame. So it was done in 2008. Those of you that are listening and going to watch this video, go through there and see what phase we're in of the ABCs that he announces around the 45, 48 minute mark. There's good information around the 30-minute mark. There's good information from the beginning, so I recommend everybody watch it from the beginning to the end. And enjoy what it is, well, if you will, enjoy what it is he has to say. Very, very knowledgeable, forbidden knowledge.
But those are big years. 2008, 2014, 2016, and of course 2020.
Right.
The world changed. No matter what. I mean,
Dramatically.
I would have never known any of this ever would have happened. I would have been still born if 2020 hadn't come. But at the same time, COVID was alive. No. People just keep going back and finding all this. The Simpsons of all. I would never watch The Simpsons because I thought it was corrupt, right? I thought it was an nasty show. But that was just me. I didn't watch The Simpsons. Now you go back and people keep showing all the clips of The Simpsons, showing President Trump as president. Like, what dimension are we in? I mean, I never heard of dimensions.
5-8 years ago.
Yeah. I'm so lost on this whole mess because, I mean, like, if you believe in God, I don't get where the dimension thing comes in where God.
Right.
But at the same time, I can understand their thought process because it feels like we're in a whole another world.
Yep.
Because this don't seem real.
What was that movie that Jim Carrey did, guys? Where he was living a fantasy world.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it, but I have heard that been referenced.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like all those people wearing that.
Truman Show.
Yeah.
The Truman Show.
Yeah. It's just like all what the
Living in a different dimension.
wardrobe they wore when Biden was inducted on his video induction. I mean, the wardrobe. It came from that movie, The Matrix. Is that right? The Matrix,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Whatever the one where we. No, is that the one? I don't know if that's right. Anyway, the wardrobe did stand out. It was real. And it literally came from that movie.
Yep.
Every piece of it.
It's so strange how they keep putting it on our faces and everybody ignores it.
They act like it. No, they don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh, that's not real. You just watched it. What do you mean?
I'm still stuck
It's
on
tough
the
to sit.
I said this last night, but I'm still stuck on the chemtrails. I am sick. Did you know the sun used to be yellow, like orange yellow, how white it is now? And all the different colors. Everybody thinks the sky's so pretty now, with all the different pinks. That's the chemicals. That's not, that's the, what are they shooting? Aluminum. But either
Aluminum.
way, they literally I've posted on my Facebook several videos about the chemtrails now, where they
Right.
went back and did the older stuff, where they went back and had courtroom discussions about it, but nobody stops it. And we literally added cloud formations to the sun. I used to the sun.
Hey, Kenny Bellicove. Those are my friends. They knew I was joking. We talk like that to each other all the time. That is Zach Buck and that is Ron Buck. I've known these cats for, shoot, better part of 2 months now. So if you think I was being rude to them, there was reason behind it. But thank you for paying attention and acknowledging that.
Just brought out herb chicken, and then you got teriyaki chicken coming out.
Always got to be careful of that misinformation. That's why it's called discernment. I always live my life by discernment, Linda. Period.
Okay. That's enough.
Actually, no, it's the peach tea. I'll bring you back in a minute. You're on screen.
Right next to it in the little one. It's raspberry. Raspberry tea, I'm sorry, not peach.
I would like some tea.
It's actually pretty good.
Good.
They asked me to taste it, and I did. Shoot, bit Kenny, you should see how they treat me behind cameras. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, be kind. They're rough with me. There, I used some hand sanitizer. I don't like to use it all the time. I use it infrequently because there could be some bad properties in it that I don't want in my absorbing into my skin, but it will, though it be minute, because I don't use that stuff all the time. It's, yeah. And I know it's sometimes good to, you know, get some kind of a disinfectant over my hands, even though it could be bad. And my body will excrete it. I know how my body works. In my opinion, my God made a perfect temple. And braggadocious, maybe. More like real, I know. What up, yo? I just finished eating. You go back over there?
So we just put that together this morning pretty much. And that's not an easy task.
No, I
So
hear
now we
that.
have to spread everything super fast. I got some Indiana friends that are spreading the word over there since that's their overnight stop. So hopefully it turns out great and people get to wave their flags.
You want a bite, Archer? You want a bite?
He just spoke out, so he's
There's,
probably not ready.
there you go.
Yeah, he's not
Well, he was to it a minute ago. That's why I was asking him. And it's still up.
What?
What do you think? Hey, Patsy Rose. Jalen 50 is close to her 1,000 subscribers so that she can stream in DC. Please subscribe. Everybody, shout out to Jalen 50. Here's a link for her. Please go and subscribe. She's getting close to 1,000. Lady Buckeye, unfortunately, it doesn't work that simply, but she does. Person needs to arrive at the 1,000 to begin with. They held me out over a 30-day period. I was still unable to live stream until after 30 days arriving to the 1,000 count. So, yeah, I mean, You can still go to Prism, exactly, Lynn Banks. Though you have no control of your video and or feed. But you can use Prism. That's the first thing that I used before I finally got my live stream running. That morning we went to Harrisburg, that early morning. I stayed up late with you guys. We got up very early so we could leave out to Harrisburg. She's 137 from 1,000, guys. Let's go give her some love, everybody. I got 176 people in here. If you haven't subscribed, run over there real quick and take care of it. I'd appreciate it. Jalen50, her Lady Buckeye just posted her link. Scratching in Indiana. How you doing? Hey, corn dogs. Hank. Hey, Cheryl, how you doing? We sub. Thank you, Jake Carrera. Good scratching. How are you? Hey, be kind. I haven't called you guys out.
You're still letting water all over your phone.
Thank you all for being here. We just had lunch. There's people out here playing cornhole. That's it. Cornholio. Cornholio. What is the name of the channel? Jalen50. Correct, Lady Buckeye. Jalen50. Hold on. Jalen is one word. J capital LYNN 50. Space 50. Not all one word. I don't see an underscore here.
Is that what I think it is?
Jalen50.
Yeah, I think it's underscore. Let me look real fast. I think it's like the letter J, and then let me see, because I know who she's talking about. And
Well, she gave me the hyperlink.
Oh, did she also?
Yeah, so the hyperlink's there. So I just see Jalen50 that she wrote out. What's up, boy? What's up, boy? What's up, boy?
Oh, maybe that's not it. Oh, never mind. It's not that one.
Oh, okay. J underscore N.
No, I don't know if that's her or him.
Right.
This was from the Oklahoma people.
They've been announcing Jalen on my channel for a couple of days now.
So is this the one or no? Probably not.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, that might be somebody different.
Are you on? What are you on? Here.
That's YouTube.
YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's go for a.
Because they actually shared Bryant's, what do you call it? His rally he was at yesterday. He spoke at in
Right.
Oklahoma.
Let's look again. It says Jalen Music. Jimbo World. It's not coming up, whoever it's for. Jalen, I don't think it would be that one.
Go to, what's the hyperlink?
It's quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. We'll get it later. I'll look at it.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
we'll
curious.
we'll look for it here in a little bit, Lady Buckeye.
Now you found the youngin' who ran out.
Yeah, he went that way. Yes, then bakes. People can stream with Prism. You just have no capabilities with it is all. Basically, all you do is talk and watch the chat. And chat's hard to read, in my opinion. I did not get that, especially when lunch was after church. He was most concerned with mustard and being grateful for his fellow man stepping up, donating their time to serve him. Hey, Kenny Bellikov, go away, dude. You don't like it? Go away. All you're doing is trying to spew rhetoric. Somebody just take him out of here. I don't even want him here anymore. I'm tired of reading this crap. Kenny Bellikov, get him out of here. Please, thank you.
All the chrome shines again. It doesn't look like that 150,000 miles of dirt on it.
Am I a big Beavis and Butthead fan? I did watch some Beavis and Butthead back in the day. Not a big fan, but I did appreciate a lot of the things that they said. It was pretty funny.
I looked at it like, I've washed trucks since 2020.
Oh, so now it's J separation Lynn 50? Yeah, because I tried to type it in a minute ago, Lady Buckeye. We'll go and look for it here in a little bit. Because if I tap the hyperlink here, it will take me away from you guys. Thank you guys for subbing. Tell that lady to sub to me too. Everybody knows Scratching in Indiana. See guys, I don't have to put up with your crap, you know what I mean? I do because I'm trying to be polite and give you an opportunity to rectify the things that you're saying on my channel, knowing that I have total disregard for negative commentary. Yet you want to come in here and try to spew your hatred in your Discord. Well, it's not going to be accepted here. I'm tired of it, guys. I give you guys chances. I ask you guys to come back and be polite. And, you know, it's really JLyn50. Okay, so it's J space Lyn50. And see, and I was looking at it, JLyn space 50. So, yeah, there is a difference. But anyway, I'll go back and look at it here in a little bit as soon as I get an opportunity. Because I can't turn my phone sideways. It will tell me to turn it back the other way. Yeah, Rocky Pack. I did. I used to watch some Beavis and Butthead back in the day. I was never really into that kind of dry humor, per se. Granted, it's the type of humor that I use. So, yeah. Yes, Flouncy Disco, I will definitely be there on the 4th because that will be a day off. Thank you, be kind. But yeah, these cats, we've been talking smack to each other for a while now. They're cool guys, you know. People have problems. Everybody has problems with people. I'm sure people have problems with me. It's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of life. And I just try to get along with everybody. I'm not into chaos and discord. I'm into positivity and uplifting. I'm going to try to get you guys something here. What the heck just happened? Okay, here we go. Alright, now I'm getting on the right track. Hold on, guys. You could do a fireworks show and you're going to try to live stream it. That would be awesome. For the 4th, I'm guessing, right? Oh my goodness. Why do you guys keep hammering on that name? Get that name out of my chat. You guys are becoming obnoxious with this. Tired of listening to it because it's not happening. Talk about having obsessions. Marinate some chicken, getting it ready. Actually, that chicken looks like it's been cooking. or it's cooked. Yeah, so that one could be cooked as well. Yeah, okay. You gotta get me something sweet. You gotta look at the ceiling again. I need 2 hands for my drink. I'm gonna go turn on my truck and set my truck. It's a little bit hot out here. Oatmeal raisin cookies. Oh, look at the Tic Tacs. I'm gonna take me some Tic Tacs and some strawberry candies. Yeah, a little goodie box here. And do I want Oreos or oatmeal? What do I want, guys? Oreos or oatmeal? Chips Ahoy. I think I want oatmeal. I know, right? It's pretty cool. There's 2 black stone grills and the smoker. All right, I'm gonna go sit in my truck. We're gonna chat while I eat my cookies.
Huh?
There he is. I had to give me a drink. It doesn't look hot, but it's definitely hot. Well, it's warmer than cold, we'll say that. Hey! Holler at me like that. Hey, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's hot, guys. Well, it's definitely hot in the truck. Let the air blow through, get my drink. Oh, darn it. So I always have a pen in my truck. And because I'm trying to write things down as I read them, see them, to communicate them to you guys, you know, questions that you might have or the like, comments that you might make towards something in particular. I've been trying to write some of these things down. I don't have much written down, but like there are a couple of things, especially like the video that I'm going to be posting as soon as I get off of the live stream here. I wanted to post the video before the live stream. Wow, my battery just went to 0. Alright, it's going to run high for a minute. I'm going to look through chat. Let's see. I'm trying to give you guys something to look at with them playing cornhole over there. I wonder why I always sit in my truck, because it's more comfortable and it gives me better accessibility to my chat and seeing what you guys are putting in it. And beforehand, it was due to the fact that I had I was having to use a laptop before I was allowed to use my phone. Some people don't understand the things that people have to go through in order to be able to communicate this way, like I am right now through a live stream, and have some kind of capabilities in the live stream. I can't all I can do, well, I can chat. I can't type in chat. I can only chat with you guys vociferously over here while reading your chat. Oatmeal cookies are the way to go unless you have a glass of milk. I hear you. Hey Lou Cheese, you sleaze. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Don't recall seeing you on my channel before, but thank you for being here. Welcome. Big Smoky, Oreos. Dash and Grandma, Oreos. Cinnabee, Oreos. Oh my gosh, guys. Well, I need to get my oatmeal raisin. Yeah. They were the first ones that I saw. Nice picnic tables. Yeah, they were donated to us, Hank. I think it was 3 brand new ones and a used one. The used one went along with the fire pit that's back over here at the logistics tent. So yeah. I try to sit up here close to the mic so that you guys can hear me better and I can read the chat easier. So yeah, it's kind of like right up on you, you know what I mean? But there's yellow level, and the Don John's back there, and of course my flags. So yeah, it's going to get up in the hundreds this week here. That's what I was hearing, scratching.
Is there a plan for this afternoon or anything at all?
No, it's basically an afternoon, a day off per se. I'm sure that they'll probably try to do something a little bit later this afternoon.
Tomorrow?
Huh?
Like tomorrow?
No, tomorrow they've got something going on.
They do? I just need to know so I know when to go home.
Okay.
Plan.
Let me get better information for you, and I'll let you know shortly.
Okay.
All right? Yep. That's what I'm hearing, scratching. It's going to be nice and warm over there in the Midwest. I was thinking of buying a Blackstone for hubby for Father's Day, but he's a trucker. I would use it more than him. But you would still get the credit for it, Cheryl, even though you use it more. I mean, I'm sure he would still thank you over and over and over again for doing that for him, and then you'd get a chance to use it. Maybe you're trying to prevent from having to use it all the time. I don't know, but he would still be very thankful for it, Cheryl. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, horseshoes is a blast. I block the trolls, and there's no drama, right? Nina Rice. I mean, these guys that come in, they try to be swift. They think they're gonna outsmart me in my own stream. I just don't get it. Exactly, dim lady, and that's why I have control over it. Hey Jeannie, how you doing? Good to see you here. Dim lady Nikki, Lady Buckeye, Cinnabee, all you guys. Thank you all for being here. Me too, Pac-Man. Till I had a cyst removed from my right hand, then it took one out of my camper window, so I only play with the cornhole bags now. They do well, Cinnabee. The mods do well for me. I appreciate all their work that they do. $126 away from 1,000. Well, he said last night, I was not aware, that his dad is a Honduran. I was not aware. So he's never known his dad since childbirth. Apparently the dad left or whatever, but he's never known his dad. He just knows he's Honduran. And his mom is Red Mama, Crystal. And yeah. Y'all seen her in my live stream. She came over by me a little bit ago. Y'all got to see her there. So yeah, it's Red Mama. If she comes out in the open, I'll specifically show you who she is. and that's his mom. She's the mother of Archer, the little boy that's around here, like a almost 2-year-old. Give a gift you can use. Lots of good foods. Lemon Oreos? I don't think I've ever heard of that before, Mo. Oh, really? Maybe you can send me the recipe, Mo 674. That sounds like that could actually be pretty good. A lemon cheesecake with Oreo crust. It actually sounds really good. Peggy, I didn't see that earlier when I was checking weather, but thanks for the heads up. Not saying that it can't get hot like that around here, but I thought the last 2 weeks that I saw we were going to be in the high 70s, low 80s, mid 80s. But I'll have to check again. Thanks for that heads up, Peggy Taylor. Nap time. Yeah, Cheryl, I wouldn't shy away from that because I honestly believe that he would truly enjoy having that as a gift. And again, like you said, it would enable you to use it as well, which would probably be more often, but sometimes that's the way things are. But I know he would appreciate it. Sending thick, sticky air your way from the Midwest. Not overly hot yet. You're welcome. Well, thank you, Spectre Productions, and thank you for being here. I have seen you in my chat before. Appreciate you returning. I could throw a freeze-dried steak on that Blackstone. Yummy. Yes, you can. Be awesome. That's a game changer. Love to cook on them. Hey, sunny days. Literally, hey, sunny days. Hey. AJ is a fine young man. Yes, he is. Peg Not Margaret. How you doing, 58? How you doing? Good to see you here again. Linda Jackson. Hi, all. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, my bet that's a great cheesecake. I might need to try that. Had to turn my surround sound off because there's something beating in the background of you. It's actually my radio in the background. Oops, excuse me. Red Mama has her hands full, 3 kids. She has 2 of them here. The daughter is with Grandma and Grandpa. Yeah, well, AJ pretty much can fend for himself per se, or at least stay out of trouble. He's a good kid. So technically, I mean, right here, right now, she has Archer in hands that still leaves her hands full. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think she's contending with 3. She's contending with 1 mostly. Yeah, they're telling me that CPS came back out the other day, and CPS came out and laughed so hard that they laughed so hard. So they get notification that AJ was out live streaming and he had complained about being hot and hungry. And it was just so hot out here. So, of course, it was reported by those in his live stream, in his chat. It got reported to CPS. CPS hurriedly made their way out here right after the report. And oh no, my cord isn't charging, guys. Hold on. So anyway, I thought I'd plug the phone in, and I did. It went down to 1%. It was about ready to turn off. If I lose you guys, I'll come back on. I'm just going to have to charge for a minute, all right? Just so y'all know. I don't think I'll lose you. I'm plugged into an outlet. It should be enough to maintain. And if not, I'll... anyway, so let me get back to the story because it was pretty interesting. And it's worth a share. So, yeah, so AJ says on his live stream that he's hot and hungry. It gets reported by his viewership. CPS hurriedly makes their way out here to investigate, to make sure that the boy's okay. Because everybody was so frantically worried about this poor young man who was starving to death and was overheated. And this is kind of the way the CPS spoke about it. So, just so happens that CPS is basically looking for Crystal, the mom, Red Mama. So, they pull up. I like that. One nation under God is what it said in that cross. Both cross on the back of that vehicle. So anyway, when CPS pulls up, the first person they run into is Red Mama, AJ's mom. Said, yes, I'm out here under a report. Right, Spectre Productions. But we have nothing to hide, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't care. Show up, whoever it is. Sheriffs were here the other day. They just pulled in because. Who cares? We don't care. We got nothing to hide. So anyway, CPS runs directly into Crystal. I said, we're here looking for you, getting reports. It's your, you have a malnourished, overheated child, dehydrated. And she starts laughing. She was like, excuse me? Yeah, we just received reports. We've got a ton of emails that have come in reference to this. And somebody made the phone call and called us directly. So we had to come and check it out. So she says, nah, you can see AJ. I got no problem with that. Or Aiden. They were looking for Aiden, otherwise known as AJ, otherwise known as Dinner Bell. So Aiden comes out of the tent. AJ comes out of the tent. Dinner Bell comes out of the tent, whichever one you want to call him. And the CPS worker starts laughing and says, that's Dinner Bell? And Crystal was like, yeah, why? And when CPS thought about it, thinking about Dinner Bell, you know, like the dude's going to be overly fat, I guess you could say, and kind of waddle, creating the Dinner Bell sound effect with the waddling and his walking. That's what CPS thought when they thought of Dinner Bell. And she comments that to Crystal. Crystal's laughing. She says, no, that's AJ. That's Dinner Bell right there. She was like, are you sure? She says, I won't even tell you his name. Let him come over here. I'll call him over here. And she waved at him. She didn't even call his name. She waved at him. And he comes walking over. And Red Mama says, this lady would like to speak with you. And the lady asked her, she says, are you Dinner Bell? He says, yeah, AJ, yeah. And so she was like, well, this is just ridiculous. I can't believe that we were called on a situation like this when there's nothing going on. You guys have an immaculate camp here. It's already been proven. Others have pictures of it. And we're glad to see that you guys are doing well. And very proud of what it is that you guys are doing. Can I get some information on what's going on here with you guys? I keep hearing things, but I haven't seen any pamphlets or anything. And so, of course, they shared trifolds. They shared flyers. That way CPS could take them back to her co-workers and stuff like that. So yeah, it was kind of a funny incident. After they came out the other day, took pictures. They never once asked to speak to Crystal and or see AJ or anything like that. This time they did because other people were complaining. So now they feel like you're just wasting their resources for those of you that are reporting falsehoods. It's misinformation and it's being reported as such as misinformation. So y'all might be want to be a little bit careful about what you're reporting nowadays, because you are going to get a label according to what CPS is saying at this point to us here. And we are here with the local people. You guys are talking to them over the phone or sending emails. Be careful what you wish for, guys. I'm just saying that out loud for y'all, for your own benefits, whoever you guys may be. But yeah, so that was a pretty funny incident that occurred while we were out of town. Or when we were in DC. I think that happened yesterday, yeah, when we were in DC. Glad that you're back, Gloria. Ronnie Reagan's famous saying, 9 worse words to hear. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. You got that right, Spectre. You got that right. Using valuable resources like that is disgusting, right? Limited edition. I mean, why would people do that? Just because they want to create chaos and havoc within a very, how can I say this? Within a very loving encampment. And July 4th is coming around the corner, guys. Oh, somebody brought in some wood. They're unloading some wood. Let's see if I can get this a little bit. These guys back here, they're unloading a trailer full of wood. We've been asking for a cord. That might be what they've brought. I don't think it would quite be a cord, but it could be close. Maybe half a cord. You never know. As I'm looking at it, I didn't even get to see them when they first started unstacking it. But this is a donation from the guy. Right here, he's got a burgundy Dodge Ram. But yeah, so that was a donation given to us. Who's doing this crap? Like, really, knock it off. AJ is fine. It's just people that just want to talk smack, Mo. I mean, I don't get it. Hey, Jiggalilly, how you doing? It's shameful, but, you know, people are going to be people no matter what they're... No comment. I'm going to bite my tongue again. Do you think AJ should have adult supervision while he streams? Personally, no, damn lady. Speaking to him, we often speak, he and I. But listening to him speak, I think he's totally fine with what it is that he's doing. He's only speaking truth. I don't think that he would be speaking anything out of turn, per se, discrediting anything that's going on here. I believe he's been being taught very well by his mom how to respect and how to understand is given us right now, and how rough that can be. Because there are some people in society that just can't handle it, you know. And I think he's getting a very good understanding of what it is that's going on here and why we are in this fight. And he does understand, and he knows that it's for him. So he's not going to jeopardize something that's definitely going to be beneficial to him later in life. I mean, he's just a young man, very, very young man at 13 years of age, barely a teenager. And but he speaks with so much insight and wisdom, it's unreal. If you haven't heard him speak, we have a couple of videos. I know the past couple of 3 videos or so have had him speaking, and in my live stream, and be very beneficial to anybody and everybody to go listen to this young man. I think it would give you a different perspective on exactly who he is, what he's learned, how he's being raised, and his thought processes, because nothing is scripted. I mean, yeah, exactly. Nothing has been written down. Nothing is scripted for him to be talking. This is just the things that he sees and hears here hanging out with the people that we hang out with. It's all the same. It's all the same story. It's all the same message. It's all the same feelings that all the people here have amongst each other. That he's just iterating it out in the open. And do bad people get on his streams? I'm sure they do. But he's not so much trying to pay attention to the live stream or to the chat the whole time. He's more into saying what he wants to say and do what he wants to do, or, you know, at least put it out there the way he perceives things and things like that. So there is some part of the stream that he probably gets involved with, but I think that he's very well capable of speaking and answering the things that are being chatted at him. Are there some bad people out there that are gonna go into this chat? Most definitely, but I think that kid has a clear enough mind to use discernment. At his age, he uses discernment unbelievably. It's incredible, and yeah. Hello. You're gonna have to pull in. You're gonna have to pull in past the blocks because we have tractor trailers coming in and out. Please. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Oh, she's around.
She might be. That's where her tent's at.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah. Well, now who's hollering at me? What? I heard somebody just holler Frankie again, didn't they?
Oh, who knows?
Who knows, right? Exactly. Well, I saw her pull up there and I was like, oh, hold up a sec. I didn't see you walking out at the moment. I was talking to my viewers.
Oh.
And I speak to that young man often about using discernment, and he understands what I'm saying. That's what's crazy. This young man has already been given the capability of using discernment and decisions and things that are being stated, and knows when people are being bad, and understands it. It's incredible to watch this little young man. I just emailed you the recipes. Thank you, Mo674. He's awesome. Be kind. Well, y'all heard him. I walked away from my live stream last night, and he was there chatting with you guys for a while. And then Jennifer came over. And yeah, they could get out of control, but he would probably shut down. Hey, President Trump. Freedom is not free. MAGA is all about me making America great again. There were some really rude people in AJ's stream the other day, but the mods deleted them. It was terrible. He talks well on the stream. Yes, Senaby, I believe that wholeheartedly. AJ is around many great people, and he is very mature. I think that the maturity, Cindy Martin, I think that the maturity comes from the people that he has been hanging out with for the past couple of months. I mean, he's almost been here since day one. CPS has caused more harm than good. The tricks the deep state will play are scary. Exactly. That's a very large comment right there, Christy Grover. There's a lot more information there than people would want to be willing to understand. But yeah, he's a good kid. Thank you, Mama Jan. So Mama Jan says that she is a mod. Or I'm assuming it's she, but anyway, says she's a mod for AJ and she won't tolerate anybody picking on him. So thank you, Mama Jan, for being there and watching over this young man as he does the things that he does. He's incredible to watch. I'm glad that you guys take the time to spend with him. His stream is usually pretty erratic, to say the least. But, you know, he is a young man. He's 13 years of age. So I could expect the way that he does things right now. As long as people understand that he's just a child, you know. I think he's just a child at heart and a man in a child's body, I guess you could say. Someone was taken up for AJ. He has great adults looking out for him. Thank you, Senator B, for clarifying. Do a great job watching over AJ. AJ is very mature, as most 674. people saying mean things, need to knock it off. I mean, picking on a child says a lot about the individual, for real, right? Mo 674. It's just incredible how evil those people can be. And I'm not singling out or pointing out just anybody in particular. It's just those people, period, whoever they may be. Because there's some hateful people in this world, and it's such a shame that that's the way they are. I'm trying to prevent from saying things that I don't want to be saying out loud. Best teachers come from where you grow up and learn hands-on. Frankie, do you have any children? I have 4. Lucy in the Sky, I have 4 children. They're all adults. My youngest just turned 22 on the 4th of June. So yeah, I have 4 children. 2 of them are of my blood. I claim all 4. When I met my ex, when I met her, and within 10 days, it's kind of shameful to speak on it today, but back then it was what, in my opinion, God had given me to, at that time in my life. My ex and I, we met on March 29th. Let's see. No, March 30th. 31st, I went to a Metallica concert. April 1st, April Fool's Day, I went to a Metallica concert. We saw each other again that Friday, so that was Tuesday, and then again on Friday. And the following Monday, not that Monday coming, but the following Monday, which basically 9 days later, we moved in together. I had rented her a townhouse for her and the kids, a 3-month-old, which is my oldest daughter, Heather, and my 21-month-old son at the time, Christopher. And so I rented a house for the 4 of us, and we moved in together 9 days after meeting. And then yeah, so they're my kids. They call me Dad. I'm the one that gave my daughter away at her wedding in 2019, September 2019. And then my ex and I, we ended up having 2 children of our own. Frankie the third. It was the first time that 3 generations had been alive. We've been carrying the junior moniker for many years, for many generations, for Francisco Argentes. My son was the first time a 3rd generation was within the same family name, so we were able to name him Francisco the Third. And then we have my youngest, which is Haley. So yeah, I have, quote unquote, what the doctor called bookends, the oldest being a girl and the youngest being a girl, and then the 2 boys in the middle. So yeah, I have 4 children, raised them young, and of course my first 2 all their lives. And yeah, so I do have children of my own. My children had, fortunately there wasn't so much linked stuff together back then. My children grew up on video games. I'm not gonna lie to you. They played a lot of video games. They still do today, and they're good at it, which, you know, is a good thing. My firstborn, Frank, he was still could be, I'm sure. He was a phenomenal baseball player. He probably could have moved into some major stuff, and he chose a different path, which, you know, hey, he's old enough to make his own decisions, and when they're old enough to make their own decisions, Mom and Dad can only give suggestions, in my opinion. If they want to adhere to the suggestions given by Mom and Dad, so be it. If not, they are old enough to make their own decisions, and hopefully I taught them well enough, in my opinion. Hopefully I've taught them well enough that they will make the correct decisions, whatever that may be. But it's the decisions for their life. So, you know, it's one of those things that we all learn as wisdom comes along, in other words, getting older. Sometimes we don't make the best or the wisest decisions, but they're the ones that we learn to live with in life. For the simple fact we made them. You know, nobody else forced me to do anything. Technically speaking, like this jab, nobody's going to force me to take a jab. That's just the way it is. Nobody's going to force me to give up my guns. It's just the way it is. I'm a diehard patriot, and that's the way I'm going to live my life. So yeah, I think AJ does very well for himself, and I am going to continually push the speaking at a rally. I mentioned it to Santa again. I don't know if I was live streaming or not, but I mentioned it to Santa and to Crystal again, Red Mama. And for those of you that are wondering, there's Red Mama right there with Archer. So yeah, that's Crystal right there, guys. Otherwise known as Red Mama. I gave her the nickname Red Mama because of her beautiful long red hair. And in my opinion, I love long hair on a lady. She's got it, and I don't mind red hair, and she's got that. So yeah, I love that beautiful long hair that she has. I just like women in long hair, period. So let that be said out. Yeah, no, I saw something. Okay, so that Nintendo came out in the 90s. We had our first one, played the thing till it died. I know, right, Mary? Right? I didn't do that because I was already an adult, or at least trying to do adult things. Oh, put it that way. Now 2 years can play adult games, yikes. I know, right, Mary? Right? It's insane. Where will Red Mama go when this is all over? Back to her place in West Virginia, I'm sure. She's from West Virginia, born and raised. I don't know exactly which city, town, area she's from, but she is from West Virginia, so yeah. And she's a very nice lady, for all you that are wondering. Simmer down now, Frankie boy. There are enough unmarried couples there now. Right? Perspective visions, no lie. Well, I'm not married. I'm divorced. One time divorced. One time married, one time divorced. My divorce has been final since February 19th, 2013. So 9 years now that I've been divorced. So yeah, you haven't seen anything yet, hearing lots of threats if B comes back. Morpheus, we get that all the time, every day. We just don't announce it. We're ready, we're prepared. God's got our back. We'll just say that. God has got our back. None of us will. There won't be a single person here that wouldn't admit to that God's got our back. That's how much faith this group carries, this movement has within itself, within its structure, within everybody that's here. Noted, everybody that is within this group right now is a piece of the structure of this group. Without one person, could we continue? Of course we could. Without 5, could we continue? Of course we could. But it takes all of us to do what it is that we're doing right now. You guys, you always talk about I don't do anything around here. Well, say what you want, but whenever I'm not streaming, I'm usually doing something. And to them, in case you guys haven't really been paying attention, to them, I'm considered press, media, whatever you want to call it. I carry that on my dashboard. It's always here. But that's what they consider me as. They don't consider me I guess you could say a hands-on labor type person here. Sorry, I was speaking so loud in your mic. Is there any way you can take Crystal Red Mama out on a date? Maybe, you never know. Rocky Pac-Man, you never know. we'll just let time continue to go the way it's going right now. And if the time were to happen, uh, I would have to ask the question, could we live stream? So, yeah. Will the 1776 lose support if B comes back? Why are we still adamantly talking about this B? Guys, I wish I would just leave it alone, whoever you are. And I'm not picking on you, dim lady Nikki. I'm not picking on you. I'm so tired of hearing this. Will they lose support? I don't believe so. Uh, I would still be affiliated to the best of my abilities. I have an indifference of opinion and feelings about the whole situation. I don't know the truth. I don't know the whole story. I don't know much about it, other than what you guys in the live stream have told me about. Technically, it's none of my business, and I really don't like to continue to talk about it because it's not my business, guys. I'm no judger of persons. I don't think there should be any judger of persons. There's only one judge that matters, and that's the one, the Almighty God Himself. And I don't judge people for who or what they've done or who they are. That's up to God. God does not put people in my life just because He puts people in my life. Maybe because I'm supposed to reach them, touch them, whatever. I mean, I don't even know how to think about that. But the way I've always, how was the hamburger? You put no, Jacka, the hamburger was fantastic, and the sauteed onions with the green pepper were even better, and the per se teriyaki coated chicken was very flavorful as well. So the Bucks, and to me, did a fantastic, fabulous job of preparing lunch for us, and they've got more going on. They've got more going on in the smokers, as you can see. Zek's back there right now, and yeah, they got meat in the smoker. They were doing baked potatoes. If I'm not mistaken, they might be cooking those in the smoker as well. But yeah, they did a phenomenal job with lunch. So I'm still getting the after effects, the after flavor of the belch with flavor going on right now. Yeah, that's kind of gross, but I had to say it out loud anyway, because I almost choked just a minute ago trying to hold one back so that you guys didn't hear it. AJ is more considerate, more kind, considerate, and patriotic than many in the streams. He is passionate and speaks from the heart. If only more could follow his lead. I love that young man, lad, and thanks for asking Santa for me regarding rallies. You're very welcome, Special K. Thank you for being in my life. Thank all of you guys for being in my life. Look at that. I hadn't even paid attention, guys, and I'm up to 273 viewers right now. That's incredible. I was about 170, 180 just a little bit ago. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming in, chatting, and speaking with us. We all appreciate it. I tell the people here all the time about what you guys are saying and things like that. And of course, I never give them the negativity part because that's not what I'm about. So those of you that are trying to be negative in my chat, just so that you know, I do not share that outside of my chat. And a lot of that gets deleted anyway, so I don't even really even see it myself. I do go back and I do look at some of the things that have been deleted, some of the messages that are deleted by my moderators. And, you know, I agree with their deletion. So it doesn't come back to post. And I can do that if I were on my laptop at any time. Just like I can bring anybody back from being banned from my channel as well, because I do remove people. I'm going to tell you straight up. You come into my chat and you think you're going to be smart and come in here and talking smack to me or to the people that are in my chat, I don't think so. I will delete you. I remove you completely from my channel. A lot of people have been removed completely from my channel just because they come in here and try to create havoc and discord amongst us, and I'm not going to allow that to happen as long as I have control of my own live chat. And I appreciate all my moderators for helping me with that as well. Lucy in the sky, is he back? I hope. Or Lucky in the sky, is he back? I hope not. Should not be around children. Hey, Kitty Hawk, thank you for being here. Barb McDonald, hello. Oh, it is Lucy in the sky. Oh, sorry, Kitty Hawk, you wrote it incorrectly, but yeah, it's Lucy in the sky. My bad, Lucy in the sky. Laugh out loud at any parole officer suggestion encouraging a registered child offender to hang out in a parking lot with kids. My God, people. I know, right? Lucy in the sky is just insane. Frankie has a pair of Trucker G shorts. No, Frankie has a pair of Frankie shorts. As a matter of fact, you're talking about the shorts I have on today, right, Shaka? These shorts are probably, I think I bought these shorts back in 2005, 2006. That's how long I've had them. Have no intentions of changing them. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it was probably 2005, 2006. And the reason why I know that time frame is because of the weight that I was carrying back from my 99 back accident that I had. I put on a lot of weight, and this was on my way down to where I'm pretty much at right now with the weight that I'm carrying. So there was a particular time in life where a lot came off, some came back, and then I've kind of moderated it and kept it down to what I'm comfortable at, which is between 175 and 185. I'm usually right around the 182, 178 mark. So yeah. Francisco, me veo en la... Oye, señorita, no es tu ave viudo, ocupado, o me encanto por... Okay. Now, that is, I pretty much understand what you're saying, Rocky Pac-Man. But I'm thinking that you used, I don't know what, that's not a regular Spanish writing there. What do you consider? Portuguese? Is that considered some Portuguese maybe mixed in there? Because, yeah, that's not regular writing that I'm used to seeing and or writing myself. Welcome, dear. I love being here. Appreciate your input on everything, and you're streaming one of the better streamers here. Well, thank you, Kitty Hawk. You guys are fantastic for being here. C-Butt, how you doing? Go watch Diego TV from last night. Grey Wolf is starting his walk pretty soon. Sorry, guys, I'm not interested. C-Butt just gave out a shout out for Diego TV. I don't know what that's about. I don't have time to look at streams pretty much. If somebody points me to something directly, I usually would request that they give me a go-to minute, hour, minute time frame in that video, because I don't have time to sit down and watch. Guys, I sit down and watch informational stuff. To me, another person's live stream is not informational to me a lot of the times. Charlotte's chat was very informational to me during the time that we began this journey that we are presently on. So I watched her live stream all the time for that simple fact, because it was informative to me, getting to know the people that are around the campsite, because she did a lot of interviewing, me included, of course, and you guys know that. Hey, 1791 Stormtrooper, thank you for being here. Reba Martin. But yeah, so I don't have time to watch other people's live streams. Like I said, I watch video for informational purposes. Like that hour I spent earlier, I didn't try to waste the whole hour just sitting around listening to that video that I watched, referencing the Jack Otto video that I'm going to be posting here after a while. But I sat down for the hour just to watch it. I got away from everybody else, sat in my truck, had the radio, or of course it's Bluetooth into my stereo system, so I had it turned up so that I could listen to everything and not have to worry about anybody trying to come to my vehicle. They hear the loud voice inside the vehicle, they're not going to come and disturb you unless there's something that they need from you or want to talk to you about. So everybody stayed away, so I pretty much got the hour to myself. Folded up all the trifolds. I had several pieces of paper from yesterday that I did not get an opportunity to fold up before going to the DC. They handed them to me on our way out the gate, per se. So I sat here, listened to the video, rewinding when I heard particular things that I wanted to rehear or make sure that I was understanding properly, and folded trifolds for, you know, an hour pretty much. Smoked a cigar, of course, drank my coffee, you know, just kind of enjoyed the moment by myself in solitude, listening to a gentleman speak on an issue that I've heard about for many, many years. I remember watching that video or that time frame in life in 2008 when he did that conference, and it was I say conference, but it was actually a campaign, presidential campaign moment for Ron Paul, not Rand Paul, but Ron, R-O-N, Paul, that was a presidential candidate back in 2008 against Obama. And back then when I heard the speech that Jack Otto gave, my initial response to watching and listening to that video, and it's funny that I can remember this, was that that's going to turn people off because that's very deep. That's some heavy, heavy stuff right there. And people didn't want to believe, still don't want to believe what it is that we're experiencing in life today. But if you go back and you watch that video at approximately the 30-minute mark, give or take, he's talking about what he labeled the ABCs, ABC being media, or A being media, blah, blah, blahs, B being what he talks about, C being what he's talking about. I don't want to give away the video. I want you guys to go and watch it yourselves. I advise, request, it is my own personal opinion, I advise everybody watch it from minute 1 to minute 59, 1 hour, whatever it is. Information at the beginning might not be informational to you and may not even be to your liking, but it gives you an idea of you, establishes maybe a viewpoint from which you can understand what it is that's being stated, because it starts out, you know, it talks about Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the JP Morgans of the world, and kind of gives you a lineage of when the corruption became so heavy in society, in the world, mostly in the U.S., and kind of gives you a timetable. We're talking, you know, mid 1600s, 1700s, when we were first starting to colonize what we call the U.S. today. So it kind of gives you an insight into the things of that nature from that perspective, from that time frame, and it continues to carry you on into, in my opinion, into basically what's going on today in the world. And like I said, I think it's very informational, and I think that you guys could appreciate it if you haven't heard it before. Like I said, I had heard it before. I watched it when it occurred in 2008, but it will definitely open up some eyes and give people a little bit better insight. Well, I guess that was enough of that ranting and raving, right? I appreciate all you guys being here. Look at it, all 280 of you, 275 of you, whatever it is. I appreciate all you being here. Thank you for coming to my channel. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for being respectful and everything amongst and to each other. And I request that you guys continue to do that on my channel. That creates That in and of itself is major support to us out here. We don't need the infighting. We don't need the chaos. We don't need the havoc. We don't need any of that negativity being spread throughout our chats amongst you guys. You guys are phenomenal, and we greatly appreciate all that y'all do and support, and to our channels and to us out here in this movement. A lot of people are stuck in the convo of a convoy this, convoy that. This is no longer a convoy. We do convoy. I'm not going to say we don't. We do convoy, however small and or large that may be. What I do want to say, though, is that this is a movement. We've come beyond the convoying side of this story, and now we're in a different place with everything that has started and continued. I've spoken to you guys often enough that some of you want to say, well, Grey Wolf or Brian Brazzi or Saznak, or I'm not going to say Trucker G because I've never seen anybody comment on him having anything bad to say, so I don't want to use his name. But all those guys that everybody got familiar with from TPC, the People's Convoy, that which I was a part of as well. And a lot of people have had bad things to say about some of the people that have said some bad things. I haven't heard it myself. It's just commentary that you guys give me, and things that I read in my comments from a lot of you that are viewers of my channel. But the one thing that I want to say about all those negative comments that you guys are trying to put out and trying to relay to me, first off, I don't want to know. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. You guys have seen threats come through my live chat. I don't care. God's got my back no matter what. If it means I have to go to jail, or I wind up in jail for God would only know the reason to that. If I were to wind up in jail, I would just have to evangelize in jail. I got locked up one time. That's how I lost my job, the one that I had in Texas. Things happen for a reason. Things in my life happen, in my opinion, by God's direction. When I lost my job in Houston, I was complacent, loved my job there greatly, was very, very hurt and upset when I lost it. But God didn't give me the opportunity to sit down and pout, whine, or cry about it. I wound up doing a little bit of, I'm going to say, traveling, because if anybody's been in the state of Texas, compared to Alaska, there is no comparison. But if anybody's been in the state of Texas, you know that it's fairly large, and you can travel around the state for a couple of 3 days and maybe not touch the same points twice. I would just put it that way, if you're covering the entirety of the state. Nevertheless, I did a little bit of traveling, going and looking at state parks and whatnot, and then I took off from there, or got back to Houston after weeks of kind of just rolling around, and applied for a job. I got the job. First job I applied to was the job that I got. That's normally the way it works for me. Like I said, God's got this. He just puts me in the right place at the right time, in my opinion. And he's been doing that in my life for many years. But so I got that job, went to Alaska, spent some time over there, right before the plague attacked us, 2020. I was relieved of my duties. How do you say that? Told to leave. The company winded up in in a bad situation. There was some lawsuits going back and forth. Anyway, they decided to go ahead and trim the fat from the cow, and I was part of the fat of the cow. So lowest man on totem pole, first one out the door, kind of thing. I wasn't the only one. There was 4 of us. Again, trimming the fat. Anyway, came back down to the lower 48. Had to wait for my truck. Had to put it on a boat because I couldn't drive through Canada. Headed back down, in my opinion, to the southern part of the United States, Texas, where I'm mostly from. Talking with my kids during the process of what was going on, they had requested that I return, quote unquote, home, which is their home. I don't consider it my home because I've never been comfortable in the state of Virginia. So I've never considered it my home, but they requested that I come home, and that's where my grandchildren are here. So they had the upper leg in the request. Didn't realize that they were that wanting of me back in their lives in the local area. I thought we were doing fine with me being afar, and that proved different. So I decided to move back over here unwantingly, because I always told my kids, if I ever leave the state of Virginia, well, God says, wrong answer. He brought me back over here, in my opinion, to be with my kids during the pandemic. And knowing that this was going to fruition, what I'm a part of today, what I was a part of in March 4th, the day of March 4th, when I met the People's Convoy in Breezewood, Pennsylvania, and drove down to Hagerstown with them. So I became part of the convoy that day. Stayed with them there at Hagerstown Speedway for many a nights, many a days, in the cold and the snow and the blizzard and the rains and the mud and all that craziness that went on over at Hagerstown Speedway. For those of you that haven't seen it or don't know, there's a video that's called Signal in my live streams, right around the 2:30ish mark. I think somebody told me it was like 2:33 or 2:36. I think it's a 5 or an 8 hour. I think it was a 5-hour night, 5.5 hour night, something like that I live streamed. And somewhere right in the middle, around the 2:30 mark, there's an incident that occurred, and a lot of people have seen that, and a lot of people have commented on it. It's been passed over on other platforms or other chats as well, other streamers as well. I don't know that the Doe Show used it, but I know that there's been some people that have used the clips out of that and have been like, man, these people are crazy. It was a person that was crazy, not the people, but it was a person that reacted indifferently towards me, and all I did was remain calm and speak to them normally. And a lot of people have commended me for reacting and acting the way that I did that night. They said I should have been a little bit more abrupt and a little bit harsher. It's not who I am, guys. I can be that person. I've been that person. I've lived that life. And you don't attract people with that kind of attitude, in my opinion. You have a tendency to distance yourself from others. You have a tendency to, at least I do, have a tendency to keep people away, kind of like pushing them off, like you're not wanting to be. Who is this? Somebody just sent me a picture of her sitting with a 2020 Trump hat on with an American flag on the brim. That hat looks cool as heck. Looks very nice. I'll have to look at that later. Anyway, so yeah, Bobby heads is funnier and you can sell merchandise, right? Or bobbleheads, I'm sorry. Bobbleheads is funnier and you can sell merchandise. Thank you for that, Mia. If Mia's in chat right now, thank you for being here, Mia. Mia 007 has been in and out of my chat, and I appreciate that they come to my chat and speak. I think she just wanted to hand Frankie's. What the heck are y'all talking about? What happened to her? Hey, Feline Pro, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Who are you guys talking about? Does anyone else feel sorry for the ones who have been listening with love for almost 2 hours? Cooking on top of your car with a skillet? Heck no. Are you guys crazy? Live in North Dakota. I'd like to go visit North and South Dakotas. Spend a little bit of time over there. When I passed through them, coming across the United States, I drove my truck, this truck that I'm sitting in right now, I drove this truck all the way from SeaTac, which is Seattle-Tacoma port, all the way across the United States. Basically, I went to Bend, Oregon while I was there with my family, which was the Pacific coast, which I had never been on, other than from the Alaska side previous to that day. But so I've been to the Pacific coast and I've been to the East Coast. Been in the Gulf of Mexico, been up in the Prince William Sound, Resurrection Bay, whatever you want to call that area over there, Valdez. So I've touched quite a few bodies of water in my time, and I've been fortunate to be from East Coast to West Coast at this point. I love the beauty that God has given us to see. I'm very much a nature person. I like to go hiking. I like strenuous hikes, for that matter, as well as the easy hikes. That's what I did a lot of whenever I did a lot of the state parks in the state of Texas. The state of Texas has 100 plus state parks now, I believe. At that time it was 99, back in 2018. And I did a lot of the state parks. Out of the 99 at that time, I did 56 of them. If I'm not mistaken, that's the correct number, 56. And I hiked them, and a lot of them were simple to hike. You know, it was basically flat ground. That's just the way some parts of Texas are. But I've also hiked up into the mountains in West Texas, meaning El Paso. And when I went to one of the state parks over in El Paso, I walked up amongst rocks up on top of the mountainsides and stuff like that, and that was pretty cool. I've hiked Enchanted Rock. That was really nice to do. What beautiful area, you guys. I've got a story in and of itself of hiking up to Enchanted Rock. A beautiful granite dome. A lot of people have considered that what they call the cap of a volcano, as the molten lava comes up and it pretty much cools off instantly and creating a dome. Very beautiful monument, in my opinion, down in the heart of Texas, in Texas Hill Country. If anybody ever gets a chance. Hey, Vasilos CA, how you doing? Thank you for being here. You were very respectful to Charlotte. I had been watching her in Canada before she came to Hagerstown. Thank you. Thank you, M. Buffy V. Thank you for that comment. That was all it was ever about for me. And Buffy was trying to enlighten people, open people's eyes so that they could see the things that are transpiring in our world today. And she was a very big part. You know, some people have said some things about her also in reference to what her and Matt are doing today. I don't care what her and Matt are doing today. The way I perceive everything that has transpired to date, to this day, right now, right here, right now. I don't want to say that God's playing a chess match with the devil out here. But that's kind of like a perspective that makes it a little bit simpler for people to understand. And so I've used that in my talk, and making the statement that we're all like a bunch of pawns in this game that we call life. And anybody that knows how to play chess or anything like that, know. What you doing, little boy? What you doing, little boy? But anybody that's played chess or games of that nature could understand where my perspective is, like this young lady right here. She's like 30, 35, I believe. That's Victoria, and that's her boyfriend Brian, whom I still have not met. I wonder why. And then that was Red Mama, of course. But every individual that is a part of what is going on right now with this whole movement, beginning TPC days, my opinion is that everybody is a pawn in a game, and everybody has their part to play. People want to say, and I'm only using this as reference because it comes through my comments and it's been in my chat. People, talking smack about Charlotte. Again, my perception is you have to look at her as a pawn in a game. She played her part. She started this live stream right here, in my opinion. It was because of you guys, her viewership at that time, to include myself. You guys encouraged me to do this, what I'm doing right now, talking to you guys, because y'all appreciated, and I want to say understood the things that I was saying then on her live stream, as I was on her live stream several times. Appreciative that she gave me the opportunity to be in her live stream as often as she did. But again, in my opinion, that was her play. That was her part, her role in this whole movement. Without her, I would have never become a streamer. Without Saznak, other people are talking bad about him because he's saying things. So be it. Let him say his things. Doesn't matter. He's no longer here. He may not want to be a part of this. It doesn't matter, guys. He played his role. If you went around and asked the majority of the people that are watching, viewing live streams today, where they got their start from, I would almost be willing to say half of them came from Saznak's channel alone. A lot of the people that I talk to here, they all tell me, ask them, how'd you get involved? Well, I got on YouTube one day and Saznak popped up. Well, that's my story. I wanted to know what was going on. I continued to look for the information, try to know what was going on with the People's Convoy when it was first beginning in, I believe it first began in Bristow, and then they moved it to Adelanto, I believe is the way it went. And then I think that it was I think it was supposed to start in Sacramento, winded up being from Sacramento to Bristol, and from Bristol to Adelanto. I think this is the way that the People's Convoy began. I could be wrong, it could be reversed, but I think it was somewhere within that range. Sacramento to Bristol to Adelanto, or it was Bristol to Sacramento to Adelanto, whatever it is. Nevertheless, Trucker G, Marcus, Brazzi, Landis, whoever Rebecca is, whoever all these other quote-unquote administrators that were part of the TPC, they all had their role to play. Whether they were bad actors or not, God positioned, God made those choices with those people because, in my opinion, those were the ones that were going to be able to get the word out the best. Though they weren't the right fit for the party, they were still the right fit for that moment in their time, and that time that God used them as pawns to effectively reach you and I. That was kind of deep, but if you think about it in reality, that's exactly what has been transpiring here, in my opinion. And what affects me the most, because that person right there, Red Mama, the gentleman that just walked over here, I don't know his name. I know his face. We talk to each other all the time. I still have not necessarily met him. But we're the ones that are still here, and we've been here almost since day one. Our time, our role has not finished in God's plan. Marcus's did. Brian Brazzi's did. Mike Landis did. For all we know, Chris Wizzywig. I mean, I'm not saying that he's done. I just know that some people have to take a step back and have to reevaluate what it is that they're doing in their lives. Maybe waiting for that epiphany, per se. Maybe waiting for that moment that God speaks to them again speaks on their heart, and to strengthen them if that's what they need, to have them move on if that's what they're supposed to be doing. This is all God's timing. This is all in God's hands. We have no control. All we can do is continue to follow the structure that He places in front of us. Continue to pray on it and continue to understand what it is that He's trying to advocate, trying to tell us, trying to get us to do, who it is that we're supposed to be speaking to. A lot of people are asking, did you just speak to this delegate or that delegate or this senator or that senator or this person or that person? Guys, that all comes in time. That doesn't happen overnight. And God's the one that's going to put the right people in those positions to make those comments and speak to us. And until that happens, it doesn't mean anything if I go speak to a delegate. It doesn't mean anything if I go speak to a senator. It doesn't mean anything until it's God's timing. And that's my personal opinion, because those are the things that God puts in my heart and my mind. Y'all talk about, how AJ speaks truly from the heart. I don't have anything scripted. I don't have anything written down. I do make notes. And I'll tell you this right now. That little yellow tablet right here is my note taker. And you can see where right now here in my truck. I'm not even looking at it. And there was things that I wrote in it earlier that I wanted to try to pass on or even look over. Yeah, like here's something. This was in that Jake Otto film from 2008 at the Ron Paul campaign. The video is titled "Forbidden Knowledge." There was a quote that he had in there, and it says, "Regrets never come at the beginning; they come at the end." And for me, in my opinion, reading that, hearing that, it being stated to me, basically out of the video, is that we don't know our future, but we can learn by our past. One of the things to always understand is that you'll never know the right thing unless God put it upon you from the beginning. And then you might see it as a regret in the end. And I don't know, it's just so many things that hit me. Yes, Uncle Deuce, I've done a lot of hiking. Yeah, 300 people watching. Thank you all for being here. I do want to make one statement. Thomas Roth, hello. I do want to make one comment real quick, seeing as how there might be some new people in my stream right now. I haven't noticed any names. Hey, Matt's mom, good to see you here. So Matt's mom says Brian is organizing town halls. So his role ended with TPC so that he can be placed into another role within his community. And there's a lot of the people, a lot of the organizers that began this, the People's Convoy, and have been a part of everything that's been going on. There's a lot of people that have moved back to their home states to take on their home states, as has been advocated from the beginning of TPC. That was one of TPC's messages. I think it was put out very well. I think a lot of people heard and understood what TPC was advocating during their time, and that was to fight in your own states. We don't need people fighting the government head on here in the DC metropolitan area, which is, in my opinion, what this group here is about. TPC was more about, and they advocated for it, and I fully and wholeheartedly agree by that premise that those of you that cannot be here with this movement right now are still at your homes, are still within your communities, are still within the societies, the environments which you live in. That's where you need to be fighting. You can't make the trek to be here. You can't afford to leave work. You can't afford to do whatever the case might be. TPC advocated fighting within your own communities, within your own state, within your own environments. They did not try to push you to come down here and join us. One of the things that we have here with the movement is we do request that you come down here and join us. We know that everybody can't be here, but those that are starting to catch on, starting to realize, starting to see the light, starting to open their minds and their eyes, those that are starting to realize that this is not just going to go away. This is going to be here for a while because there is a fight to be had. Those that are now starting to recognize those things, those points, are the ones that we're trying to reach today. If you're local, come and join us. We welcome anybody and everybody pretty much. There are those that will be bad actors. There are those that cannot really necessarily be here doing the things that we're doing. But you're still welcomed. Come visit. Come visit for a day. Come check it out. Come and experience the camaraderie, the love that everybody carries amongst each other. Are there still people butting heads? Of course there are. There's always going to be people butting heads. That's just the way life is. God gave us all our own minds to think our own ways. Hopefully through his spiritual guidance would be the best way to say something like that. Because I don't agree with everybody, but I'm not here to agree or disagree. I'm here to play my role, however large that may be. I remember people saying, when this movement first began 3 weeks ago, that Santa's not the right person for the job. Well, do you know anybody that's better at this point? Please, if you're better, come on down. Join us. Come and show us your skills. Come and show us that Santa's not the right person for the job. Because right now, in my opinion, Santa is the perfect person for this job. And if that moves to somebody else, if it moves to Dee, if it moves to Jeff, if it moves to Cody, if it moves to Frankie Bobby, who knows? But right now, God has Santa placed in this position to fight, to continue this movement. His words, his way of speaking, maybe that's what people need right now, right here. God knows what he's doing. I can't say that God doesn't know what he's doing, because that would be a flat out lie, because I've always believed God knows exactly what he's doing. And he continues to prove that to me almost on a daily basis, being here a part of this with all these people. This car right here, she's been around. I've seen her many a times, her and her daughter and grandchild that were just there. Her tags are from Florida. She's up here in West Virginia right now, roughly, give or take, just to reach the Floridian border from the north side, Alabama, South Carolina, or Georgia, however you want to look at it, is approximately 12 hours. That's just to get to Tallahassee from here. So wherever they're from in Florida would mean how far they've driven to be here. And are they staying in a hotel? I don't know. Have I seen them here at this movement? No. I do remember them from TPC. Maybe I have seen them here. I'm not 100% sure. I do recognize the lady, though. I recognize her face as soon as she stepped out of the car. When she pulled up, she was the woman that I asked to please pull inside the block. You guys heard me say that on the stream earlier. She was parked right outside the blocks here, and asked her to please pull in so that the tractor trailers can continue their move into the backyard where they normally go park. But that was her, and I recognized her immediately. She recognized me even. So I don't know her name, but we did know each other by face. Yes, God brought me to this channel, Frankie Bobby. Well, thank you, Stephen Taylor. Thank all you guys. Wizzy has always done other side trips and adventures. He will be back after doing things. We pray that, Senabe. You speak so wisely, Frankie Bobby. I will continue. Thank you, Big Red 69. You guys, none of this is scripted, guys. I swear to you. I'm sitting here just talking to you, looking at chat every once in a while, seeing what you guys are saying. Very embarrassed that I have that gap. It used to be filled most often. I did make y'all aware of it. Like AJ, y'all AJ, y'all heard him last night. Y'all heard him a couple of nights ago when he spoke on the mic in front of everybody. And y'all recognize, you know, that the things that that young man is saying is coming directly from his heart, his mind, and in my opinion, from the spiritual guidance that God's given him by being a part of this almost from day one. He's been here for quite some time, AJ has. I commend the young man for everything that he's done. He's a great kid. And yeah, so those of you that don't know him, maybe look on a couple of my videos. Last night's video, a couple of nights ago, he was on the video. And listen to what he has to say, and you'll see that he has nothing written down. It's all coming out of his heart. And same for me, guys. I don't. In my opinion, these are God's words being spoken through me by Him. Some people have made comment and told me some things, and I don't feel like I'm that. What people have stated, I'm not going to say it out loud. It was just a thought that just ran through my mind. Maybe I am supposed to say it out loud, but it was a thought that ran through my mind. Nevertheless, I am I'm committed to this fight. God brought it to date to this point. Whether or not I'm supposed to be here at the end of the fight, I do not know. Whether or not I'm supposed to survive the fight, I do not know. Whether or not I'm supposed to be persecuted because of this fight, I do not know. God will reveal those things to me as time progresses, in His time frame. But I will be an advocate for God here, as a Christian man. I have nothing to say about service this morning. I live streamed it because you guys have asked me why I have not attended the services that they have been to since pretty much since this movement here has began. And it's not my style of worship. It's not what I've been taught. It's not what I know. It's not what I understand. And I am totally uncomfortable and outside of myself in a church service like what was performed this morning. I was there solely because you guys have requested that I be there. I did walk out. I did leave. I did go away a few times. I have no idea why this phone would be ringing on a Sunday, but What's up? ¿Qué pasa, güey? ¿Me estás hablando o qué onda? Andas haciendo puro pedo, ¿verdad, güey? Órale, pues, ahí nos vamos. ¿Qué pasa?
Oh, sorry, primo, sorry, se me escuchó el teléfono.
Andas haciendo butt down ahorita, ¿verdad? ¿Dónde andas? ¿En la playa?
Se me escuchó el teléfono.
¿Andas en la playa o qué onda, güey?
No, por aquí andaba descargando unas cosas de la troca.
¿Y me quieres andar punchando al pinche botón para avisarme?
No, se me escuchó, güey, estábamos hablando.
Órale, pues, entonces mañana hablamos entonces, alright? Órale, pues, ever. Bye. Now the electrician from work. But, oh, she's so cute. That young girl. She just ran around the other side of the car. The grandbaby of the lady that I recognized. Okay, so that just threw everything off. No more money, etc. to Ukraine. Gas has to go down. 1776 gets us back on track again. We're hoping and praying for that, Nancy, for sure. I'm going to try to catch that young lady now. Y'all see her. She's so cute. We do not need to interfere with another country fight we did with Vietnam, a very bloody war. You got that right, Big Red. I told people at the end of last year food shortages were coming. They thought I was crazy. Well, it's always a conspiracy until it proves factual, right? And of course, we've all been tinfoil hat wearing fools for a while now, according to them. There's that young lady right there. She is so cute. That's her grandbaby. And I would assume that this is the mom here getting out. I love her hair. It's so bouncy. She's so cute. But yeah, so that just kind of threw a whole wrench in that monkey. Kind of lost my train of thought. I guess I was done. Hey, Red Squirrel, how you doing? Yes, by going to DC and praying, everything will change. That's exactly what we do, Red Squirrel. Thank you for the comment. Matt's mom, exactly that. 40 billion would go a long way in securing our schools. Securing our border is what we need. But yes, securing our schools is definitely a mandate, in my opinion. I heard there's teachers that are taking up arms to protect the children at their schools, and I wholeheartedly stand behind that and agree with it, as long as that teacher has definitely been vetted, because there are a lot of psychos in the schools today, guys, in case y'all have missed it. Kelly B, thank you for being here. Imagine if we didn't spend the money at all. I know, right, Uncle Deuce? Gravy boat, I never put those two words in the same sentence. Biden admin. I call it a regime. A regime. The Biden regime and the UN have used Ukraine to go to war with Russia as a proxy. It's all corruption just for the rich to get richer. Gravy boat, yes. Putin's not instigating a war. Putin's trying to release the devil, I would say, and not so much as like he's the devil or that he wants the devil to take charge. In my opinion, it's to release the devil of the biolabs that have been advocating creating the China virus, the monkeypox, what they call that, the variants, the different variants. In my opinion, they came from the biolabs that were out of Ukraine. They may have been transferred over to Wuhan, and then that's when they used the excuse that Wuhan was the one that released the virus. But in my opinion, NIH, Fauci, Obama's, Biden's, all of them have been a part of everything that is transpiring in Ukraine right now. And Putin's trying to shine the light on all the bad things that were occurring in Ukraine through the corruption and through the governments that were installed by the Obama administration, Biden administration, whatever you want to call it, during their time frames. And there I was using admin in their names, and I should not. But y'all know what I mean. And my personal opinion is Putin's just trying to put it out there on the world stage so that everybody sees it. And everybody's trying to say that he's trying to create World War III. And that's, in my opinion, that's not what's happening. Are the times near the end? A very good possibility. Do I know that? No. Has God told me? No. God has not relayed that information upon me or on my heart. So I don't believe that the end times are here. The end times are coming without a doubt. But again, it's always going to be in God's timing. And we don't know what that timing is. We don't know. His years to our years is probably way different in time. I would want to believe that his grandeur is much greater than ours. And that's my personal opinion. By the way, I understand God as my God. Ukraine is a European problem, not USA problem. The reason why it is a USA problem, in my opinion, Stormtrooper, is because the U.S. has been involved in the corruption that has been going on over in that country for so many years. Yes, Janine Ketchum. Frankie, yes. 46,000 homeless in L.A. That's just one state we need to take care of home. You get that right. Putin shouldn't have done what he did. He hasn't done anything. He went and freed people in Ukraine, gave them food and water. So he shouldn't have. People should just be able to starve. I mean, if a lot of you are paying attention to what mainstream media is putting out on the market today, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, you're walking around with blinders on. And I would want to suggest maybe you need to do a little bit more digging into what is actually going on. And that's my opinion. And that's the way God lays that upon me, is to do my research. Sitting there listening to a video for an hour today, you know, some people might consider it a waste of time. I consider it very informational. And it would be an enlightenment to a lot of people that don't know the real things of what's going on. What's up, girl? Watching you. Melva, hello. Thank you for being here. I don't think people wanting to flee bad governments is a bad thing. Yeah, well, I don't want to flee my bad government. I want to work for us the way it's supposed to, and quit taking things from the American people. Maybe try giving some of that back, what has been taken from us for so long. People don't understand how many freedoms have been whittled away over time. They believe that that's the way the world's supposed to run, but in my opinion, it's not. There is a better way. There was a particular individual that was has given us some monikers and some phrases that we can live by. And one of the best ones that I've ever heard has always been, the best is yet to come. And most of you may know where that came from. But I honestly believe the best is yet to come. And it will be biblical. And that comes from a different source, about the biblical part. I believe so. 49th NYV. I believe so. Yes, human trafficking, child trafficking mostly. Could be, I don't like to say the word out loud, but it looks like a white rabbit. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. It's called the white rabbit, yet it's red. We'll say that. I honestly believe in Ukraine that those, however many BW labs were there, that the white rabbit may have been being produced. I'm to understand that there are a lot of tunnels in that area of Ukraine, and those are the things that Putin is trying to get to. All people are warmongers. Well, all people in government are warmongers. We'll put it that way. I'm not a warmonger. I hate war. I wouldn't wish war upon anybody. But I do know that it has to happen, especially like the one that we're having right now. There's a war. There's a spiritual war between good and evil. And it has a lot to do with the trafficking of all individuals involved. And there's only been one person that I know that has advocated fighting that in our society today. And y'all saw he was removed from his place, but I think he's still there. Maps 2, it is a diversion. A lot of things are a diversion. A lot of false flags. 2008, that video, Forbidden Knowledge, talks about FFS, false flags. And back in 2008, guys, he was talking about false flags. And I want you to pay attention again to around the 32-minute mark, 30 to 32, 33-minute mark. He's speaking on the ABCs. And I want you guys to understand, or just to listen to what he's saying about the A, the B, and the C. And then I would like for you guys to comment on where do y'all see us at today in the ABC stuff that he speaks on. My opinion, we're in C. I did let that cat out of the bag, so. Thank you, Gravy Boat. Matt's mom, Eastern Europe is a complex due to its long history. That is true, Matt's mom. And a lot of it is part of the military complex, in my opinion. bioweapons. My lower jaw was on the floor watching all of their videos. I just couldn't believe it. And the shape of Paloozers and Waters districts were beyond absurd. It's unnerving, Kelly B. It breaks my heart. It hurts me inside to see those things, and I don't go looking for that information. A lot of that information winds up popping up wherever it comes from, and when I see it, I usually read like the headliner or whatever it is that's being stated. Hey, Chuck's here. Whatever it is that's being portrayed at that time. I didn't realize that was Chuck, or should I say Mag Americans, one of my mods. He requested, it was so cool to have him request. He's our website designer, guys, just so that y'all know. His name's Chuck. He goes by Mag Americans, and him and his wife was watching my live stream one night when I was talking with him, and she had said some nice things. He was like, yeah, that was my wife. I was like, oh, okay. I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure. He says, no, that was my wife on that one. He says, so, yeah. What are you doing?
My hands are wet, sorry.
What are you doing?
I'm running. Archer's, she's going to watch Archer. He's doing shirts. That's a web guy.
Right.
And fixing Indiana stuff. Because Bryant has his stop in Indiana tomorrow. So we're trying to get times down, and I had to post the exact location and all that stuff because it wasn't on there.
Awesome. So Bryant's going to be in Indiana tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, that's his overnight stop. There's only one stop that's at Indiana. For in Tulsa. Well, I mean, I'm sure they'll probably have to fuel up, so I'm not sure yet. But the route is posted, and the overnight stop is in Indianapolis at Flying J's. Flying J's.
Posted where, on Facebook?
Yep, it's pinned.
So it's pinned in Facebook, guys, so that y'all can see Bryant's route.
And it's on Telegram as well.
It's
They
on
don't
Telegram.
do Facebook, because I know. And I believe it's even on Twitter.
And what's the site on Telegram? Or the
The real site.
the group, the name, the
Yeah,
join?
there's so many fake ones out there.
All right.
So many fake ones. Everybody loves us that much. It's the 1776 Restoration Movement. As of currently, it has 766 members. Oh, wow! We get 10 more, it'll be, like 1776 members. Or, 776. We need 1,776 members.
So we need 1,000.
But we just started all this. Again, we had to restart because instead of keeping the old TPC, we decided just to start from scratch because it was better to start over than build
Right,
from
for those,
something like that on
for
that
those-
type of foundation.
For those that don't know, TP's site was given to us in Telegram.
And we kept it for a while, and then we decided it was probably not the best idea.
Right. So we started our own name in there as 1776. Is it RM or is it Restoration
Movement.
So it is 1776 Restoration Movement in Telegram. For those of you that do not participate with Facebook, such as myself, and or Twitter or any of those others.
And it has the eagle flag, or the eagle with the little flag, and then there's 13 stars around.
And you're saying right now it has
766 members. So that's the right
766
one. Check the amount of
members.
members. Oh, they probably
I'm
can't
trying to
see
get
that.
it to focus somewhat.
And
Somewhere. Sorry guys, it's not going to focus, but
No.
it already went black. Let's see, maybe now. There it
There we
is,
go.
1776 Restoration Movement. That is our live site on Telegram. So if anybody's interested, and there are 760 members presently, 766. So yeah. But I believe the majority of our sites are just 1776 RM, are they not?
No, Restoration
They are Restoration Movement,
Yeah,
okay.
like on Twitter, it's 1776 Restoration, but the O is a 0
Right.
because someone else already had the name.
Yeah, so if you're digging and looking, you can definitely find it. You just might have to dig and look a little bit
And
harder.
I had to look. She had that site that you can link tree.
Yeah, Linktree
I
will.
think she's still. I don't know if it's still going on. If not, I'll make sure she updates it. I'll triple check on that this afternoon. And maybe post the new link tree if there's a new one.
And here, guys, well, here's actually the QR code for Linktree. I believe somebody said that they were able to pull this off the phone previously. QR code it here, where I'm showing it to you right now, and it'll take you directly to our Linktree, and then you can add it to your bookmark, save it, whatever it is that you have to do.
And then it'll have all the official sites, the official Twitter, official everything. So
Right.
you don't have to worry about
As well
the
as live
scammers
streamers and everything else, yeah.
people that, you know.
So those of you that might want to pick up this QR code, be more than welcome, please. And check it out.
All right, let me get over here. I want to do emails real fast. All right.
Alrighty, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Stephen Taylor, and the ironic part is we were all eager to carry our own tracking device. Yeah, we all have one. Some of us have multiples. You own an iPad, you have an iPhone, you have an Android, you have whatever it is that you might have and you use online. Everything's traceable. My truck is traceable. It has GPS in it. It's traceable. And yeah, that was all of our doing as much as it was the government, in my opinion, because we accepted it for what it is. And now we're kind of, yeah. But it is what it is. I ain't scared. I'm not worried about anything. Again, I'll say it over and over and over again, many, many, many times. God's got my back. I have no reason to be afraid of anything. Man does not scare me, I will tell you that. I've been locked up. I've been in jails. I've never been in prisons, but I've been in jail, and they say prison's easier than jail, so whatever. But yeah, I've always I'm not afraid of any of that stuff. It's just the way it is. My phone can have its battery taken out on purpose. That's good. My phone has charged up somewhat. Faith over fear. You got that right, Charlene Evans. Diane Busier, I hope that helped for those of you that were interested in the link tree. And that is on the trifold. That was the back of the trifold that I was showing you. It does have QR code for the Constitution of the United States. It has a QR code for the Congress and representatives. Here, I'll try to show you these QR codes without trying to fold the paper, because I don't know, guys, is that working for y'all? It doesn't look clear to me, but I don't know. Does it work that you guys can scan? You're able to scan that as well, Diane? I appreciate it letting me know. But yeah, so it has those two QR codes for the Constitution. Oh, y'all wanted to see that booklet y'all had asked me earlier. My bad, I didn't show it to y'all. I don't know, where'd mine go? I shuffled everything around in my truck yesterday. I thought let me check in my console. No, now I feel bad because I don't have it on me. It's here, I just don't know where. I'm looking for it right now. I should be able to run across it. It should be here in my truck somewhere. I'm just cooped up because I'm so close to the phone so that I can scroll through and read it and speak easier without having to shout. Shout it out loud. Did mine go? Oh, there it is. I know I had it here in the truck somewhere. So this is the Constitution of the United States. Oh, excuse me. It's only keepers the people. George Washington. We the people. And this is I'm not going to say condensed version, but a smaller version that you can carry around in your pocket. It has a few pages in it. Celebrating the Constitution. I need to run to the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Thank you all for being here. Give me a minute. I'm back. There's a comment that I've heard a lot throughout the viewers that come to my stream and have spoken, sent emails, commented, live chatted, comments about I hate saying things like this, guys, because it's humbling. And oftentimes it's hard for me to iterate because it is humbling. But you guys have spoken and stated how well spoken I am as an individual. The gist of how that happened, in my opinion, when I was young, I can't remember the time frame, age, or anything like that. I just know when I was young, one of the things that I had read, it may have been as a young adult, it may have been as a teenager, it may have been as a young teenager, or even before then, but I remember reading something. I've read it on a few different occasions throughout my lifetime, I know that. I just don't recall when the first time something like that I had read. And that is, if you're reading something, no matter what it is, and you run across a word that you don't understand, you don't know the definition to, or you don't recognize, you don't understand it when you read it, you don't know how to say it, whatever that roadblock that you may encounter as an individual, and I speak for myself, but I'm saying it out to you guys. What I was always taught is, if you don't understand that word, look it up in the dictionary. Because the reason being is because when you arrive at that word and it disturbs your reading at that point, and you don't understand that particular word, everything after that particular word, if you don't understand it, will not mean what it's supposed to mean to you. You won't understand what it is that's being stated after that word, and it's also been I don't know that it's been proven, but it was also stated that 99% of everything that you read after that word, however many times that occurs within the reading that you're doing, you won't remember 99% of what it is that has been stated after the word. That's kind of weird to think about. But like I said, I remembered reading that when I was young. And all the literature, things that I've read throughout my lifetime has always been with the dictionary available. Just so that I didn't run into the situation where I didn't understand the rest of what it was that I was going to read. And there was a word, and I'm using this as a reference because it did happen to me. I don't know if anybody's read the book Seabiscuit. I would assume some of the people have seen the movie Seabiscuit. But when I read the book Seabiscuit, I read it before I watched the movie. And there was a particular word in the book. One word, guys, one word in the book that I didn't recognize. And when I ran across that one particular word that I did not recognize or did not know the definition to, I picked up the dictionary, opened it up, and I pretty much remember the book, you know. But it's very, in my opinion, it's very important to understand that which you read. If you do not understand that which you read, you will not understand what it was that you read. Plain and simple. And so everything that I've read in my lifetime has always been with a dictionary available to me. When I was young, we had the huge Webster's dictionary that was, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches thick. Regular sized book, actually a fairly large book for that matter. But it was the Webster's dictionary that I grew up with as a child. Later in life, I bought some Encyclopedia Britannicas, read some of those books. I bought some history books. I read those books, not all of them. Just learning history, how it's come about, and kind of leads us to where we are today. But everything that I've always read with a dictionary available to me, just so that I can understand every word that was being spoken or read in that writing. And my advice to people is think about doing the same thing from here forward, especially if you've never been taught that. To me, that was a very meaningful learning process in doing that. And if I'm not mistaken, just so you guys know, I have read the book L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics. That's a spin-off of the Scientology. I've kind of understood it to be part of the Seventh-day Adventist. I did not know that. I've not affiliated myself with Scientology or the Seventh-day Adventist. I'm not interested in that. When I read the book L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics, it was a very interesting, enlightening book. Did I agree with everything? No. Did I agree with a lot? Yes. Do I live my life by those principles? Yeah, I would have to say yes to some extent. Why? Because when I read it, it made sense in my mind. And like I've been saying for so long, and throughout so much of my life, God directs me in the way that He wants me to go. And I honestly believe that I didn't read Dianetics just because I felt like reading a book. I believe that God put that book in front of me, and it was there for me to read, and I did. And I absorbed a lot of what Dianetics spoke on and talked about, because it's kind of the way my life has always been. And do I recommend reading the book Dianetics? Personally, guys, and it's no offense to anybody, believe me. Personally, I believe that the book is written for those that are able to understand it. And my favorite word that I've been using with you guys so frequently here lately is use discernment in reading the book. Personally, I believe God gave me a great sense of discernment. It's almost hard to explain. It actually is really, really difficult to explain. But in my opinion, when you're touched, uh, it's for a reason. And I would have to say 99% of the time it's because of a godly reason. And I'm not the best Christian. I'm not uh, the best person in the world. Do I use foul language? Yes, I do. Do I pray to God frequently? Do I pray to Him every day? I can't honestly say that I do. Do I pray to Him often enough? I feel like He gives me strength in the things that I pray on that probably do carry me for 2 or 3 days without having to speak to Him again. Should I speak to Him daily? Yes, in my opinion, I should. But I also believe that God speaks to me daily when necessary. And that's what opens me up to speak back with Him. Do I believe people should pray to God daily? Yes. Do I believe people should pray to God more than once a day? I think it's however God touches your heart, touches your soul. And that's my own personal opinion, guys. That it's nothing out of the Bible. It's nothing from God, in my opinion, except for what He might be putting words into my mouth for. But that's the only way I can explain things like that, because it's just the way my life has always been. And yeah, have I been baptized? To be honest with you, I will outright tell you guys, I have been baptized 3 different times. Why? As a 9-year-old, I didn't think I was probably old enough to understand exactly what I was getting myself into at that time. Quote unquote, rebaptized. That was in the Church of Christ. Rebaptized on a summer camp revival through the Baptist Church in Missouri, where I had spent 1976 with my mom and stepdad in Missouri, and my oldest sister and my at that time baby sister, half sister, and I was rebaptized there at that summer camp. Can't answer why. I just know that I was. I remember it. And then I was, quote unquote, rebaptized again in the Church of Christ when my wife and I got married. She wanted to be baptized. She wanted to be saved as I was. We attended church quite frequently as a married couple with our kids. Our kids learned the Bible to some degree through the teachings of the Bible classes, Bible studies there with church, because we had Bible studies every Sunday evening and sometimes on Wednesdays and things like that. So my children have been taught. 2 of my children have been baptized, saved, in my opinion. My 2 children, my bloodline, have not been. Something that I would definitely like to work on. It's hard to work on things when obstacles are put in front of you. I know that God's going to give me the strength and the courage to do the things that I need to do with my own 2 children. And seeing as how I've already advocated for my older 2 children. So yeah, it's just a matter of time. I've invited them to come out here to experience the movement with us. None of them have come out as of yet. One of them apologized for not being able to be here. The other one apologized because they didn't have the gas money to be here. I told them if that is ever a problem again, let me know. I will make sure that they have the gas money to be here. So maybe next weekend with our June 18th rally, they can come out and be here with us. And I would love for all 4 of my children and their significant others to attend with us. And I use the term significant others. My children, only my oldest daughter is married. The other ones are fiancés. for the 2 boys. And my youngest daughter, I don't like to share a lot of her information. It's humbling to me, and it's difficult to share some information for me, because it's painful on the inside, knowing that my children were taught better, and to have one in the position that she's in right now. All I can do is pray for her and hope that God clears her eyes and her heart, opens her up, and she's the Gen Zer, if that says anything. I am first year Gen X, 1965. July 15th, I will be 57 years of age. And yeah, so I don't know, guys. I know I'm just rambling now. I really don't have a whole lot more to say. I want to visit with some of the people that are here, particularly Chuck, as he just arrived. It looks like he has his family here with him today. Probably be cool to meet his family. It looks like, I believe he has a wife and a child in the vehicle. And he's our website designer. Fantastic person. He's been in my chat. He's MAG Americans in my chat. For those of you that don't know, I just employed him with a wrench the other day upon his request, which was kind of humbling to me. It might sound stupid to you guys, but to me it was an honor to have MAG Americans request to be a mod in my channel. To tell you guys straight up, it's an honor to have him modding, him and his wife, because his wife has been in my channel under his name, but MAG Americans. But it's very humbling to have them a part of my group. A part of, it looks like Frankie's Freedom Fighters. And guys, yes, that was my own choice of names. And you guys have, I don't know if y'all went, now I'm gonna buffer. Now I'm buffering. I don't know if all you guys went over there and liked it just because you knew it was mine. But I had already received a lot of a high percentage on that particular name over the others. I greatly appreciate it, guys, and yeah, that was the choice name that I had, was Frankie's Freedom Fighters, and looks like that might wind up being the one. Yes, with the Jets. Thank you, Special K. And that's going to be, so if we go to another live stream, WYSIWYG, Oreo, I don't know what Captain Sparrow does, but Captain Sparrow, Gloria B, Buffalo Man, any of those streams that we go to, my emoji is going to be the airplane. Special K has posted it. Can some of you guys just go ahead and just start posting it throughout my chat right now? That way everybody can see what it is that we're talking about. Hey, thank you, Harbor Watch. All of you guys, if y'all could, I don't know that everybody has the plane emoji in their phones, but if you do, could you just like go through, like, you know, like Fry TV did whenever they came in with all their French fries and just posted them all over the page? Would you guys please do that with the airplanes if they're available to you in your emojis? I'd appreciate it. And that's the way I would like the piggies and the snack packs. Yes, all those. Yes, there you go, guys. Thank y'all. That's what I would like to see going into other streamers' videos. Whenever I ask you guys to go and give them some love, go in there and show them that Frankie's Freedom Fighters are here with these emojis. Lucille Gwinnett, hello. Good to see you here again. And Twisted Silver by Design, Debbie Vi, Uncle Deuce, Jacob, Roadhill, Special K, Feline Prowl, Frank Rizzo, Harbor Watch, Matt's Mom, Cindy Horn, Summer Blossom, Jack Herrera, Jacob, Jeannie Shannon, Uncle Deuce, Matt's Mom, Nina Rice, Sweet Caroline. Thank all you guys for being here. But yeah, that's going to be, hey Ro, I see yours. That's going to be our little attack into other live streams, showing love to those that we go to show love to. That's going to be our little emoji there, guys. Special K came up with this yesterday, I believe, when she saw the freedom fighters were winning the poll, and I thought that was pretty cool. Hey, Trish McClure, yes, Trish McClure's got it. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, the fighter jets. Thank you for coming up with that, Special K. That was really cool of you. And guys, so that you know, I do try to pay attention to as much comment in chats as I can. I try to answer as best I can. I'm not always the wise one. It sounds stupid just saying it in my mind. Sorry, guys. I'm not always the wise one. I don't have all the answers, guys. God does this to me. Which emoji is it? I missed it. Sorry. Just scroll back a little bit, Mo674. You'll see it's the airplane. Technically fighter jets for Frankie's Freedom Fighters. We're calling them fighter jets, though they just look like airplanes. So he didn't get booked in traffic. Yeah, but I appreciate all you guys being here. It's to me it's a great time. I guess mostly because I'm not in front of you talking, and I'm just trying to share the knowledge and information that's given to me as often as it is, and it's humbling to be here with all of you guys. To see 331 people in my live stream here in the middle of the afternoon, evening, 5 p.m. Eastern time, and to see all you guys here just listening to me speak is very humbling. And unless anybody's been in this position before, you really can't understand how humbling it can be. But yeah, it's greatly appreciated by me. I love all you guys for being here. Thank all you guys for your wonderful support. This is a support mechanism for me, because without it, I don't think I would be able to do the things that I'm doing. God may have invoked it upon me in a different manner. I believe that this was the avenue that He saw fit for me. I've been told all my life since I was 16, 17 years of age that I'm a great speaker. Back when I was 16, 17, 18, 20 years of age, I didn't recognize, no, I can't say that because I never was. I never considered myself an introvert back when I was young. I could speak to anyone and say anything I felt like saying. And to this day, I've learned to bite my tongue and not say the things that cross my mind so frequently and often, because people don't take kindly to people saying things, especially truthful things, that they don't agree with. And there's an old saying, something about honey, you gather more flies with honey, or you catch more flies with honey than crap. I don't know, something like that. So I've learned to bite my tongue. Hey, Buffalo Man's in. Is it man or wifey? I'm looking, guys. Give me a minute. Where you guys see him at? I don't see him. I must have missed him way back there, guys. But if you're in here, Buffalo Man, Buffalo Wifey, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being on my live stream. Just been talking, attempting to share some knowledgeable information with those that are willing to hear. And hey, Buffalo Man, there you are. Yeah, and he's got the buffaloes. You're a rock star until I could thank God for the concert. Thank you, Rocky Pac-Man. Who's Uncle Deuce on here? Hey, Charlene Evans. What do you mean, who is Uncle Deuce? Uncle Deuce is our Canadian fellow. No. Uncle Deuce is our Texan fellow. I often confuse, I don't know why, Uncle Deuce with Gary. Gary's from Canada, and Uncle Deuce is from Texas. So tonight when Santa is streaming, we can all go rate his page. Yes, everybody rate his page with the planes. Buffalo Man, you're in here. So we've come up with the name of our group, my virtual world out there of viewers. We're gonna go by the name of Frankie's Freedom Fighters. I did a poll. I don't know if you were part of the poll. I did a poll, created a post on Friday noontime, I believe right around noontime when I was on lunch. I created a poll, posted it, have left it running all weekend. It looks like Frankie's Freedom Fighters is going to win the poll. Nobody really came up with those suggestions. There were a couple of other suggestions, but in my personal opinion, they were kind of bland. Sorry guys for whoever that did put out a couple of those other possibilities. But it's funny that Frankie's Freedom Fighters is the one that's winning the poll to date, because that was my personal choice for my group name. And you guys came overwhelmingly with it, and yeah, y'all knocked it out of the park. I mean, I think it was up at 53%, 56%, and the other ones were like at 20 and 30 or something like that out of the four. Level Heads did wind up moving up a notch because Level Heads was down. Level Heads at the beginning was actually down after 20 votes, was down to 0. Had no likes on Level Heads. I was very surprised because that was the other favorite that I liked, was the Level Heads, because of Yellow Level. Because I felt like Level Heads had two ways of looking at it, because we're the level-headed people in society per se, as well as because of Yellow Level. So I thought that it necessarily had two connotations that could be depicted from the name Level Heads. So yeah, but that was my personal opinion. But thank you all for going over there and voting. I think this morning there was like 64, 66 total votes. Not a whole lot, but overwhelmingly the majority was Frankie Freedom Fighters. So yeah, that's probably going to be the one that we're going to go with. And we will use that icon no matter what. If a name were to change, it would still be that emoji, not icon, but emoji with the fighter plane. So yeah, appreciate it all, guys, for everything that y'all do, being here. And look at these two kids right here. It's so cute. I love little kids. They're just so cute. So fun to watch. I miss my kids being small. Fortunately, I get to watch my grandkids as they grow. I don't know if I told you guys, but my daughter is looking to have a child in April next year. So that would be my third grandchild. Have my two boys not tried to add to their lot of one each. Yeah, so Buffalo Man, that's going to be our little sign there, Frankie's Freedom Fighters with the airplane. And yes, I would like to have the flag as part of that as well. That would be fantastic if we could. Carol Windsor, thank you for posting it that way, because I do like the way that looks, Carol. Everybody that's watching, pay attention to the way Carol posted that. I think that that would be the exact moniker that I would like to see as an emoji moniker in other people's lives. Thank you guys for that. And yeah, you guys are fantastic and wonderful. It shows that I've only been on here for an hour, for real. I ate. We had services. No, I've had to have been booted off and restarted. There's no way I've only been on here for an hour. I wonder what happened. That's kind of weird. Yeah, because it's 5:08 and services were at 1, and I started streaming right at 1, so I should be at 4-hour mark, give or take. So yeah, that's kind of weird. But it's only showing me here that I've been on for 58 minutes. D is carrying a sink. Y'all see that, right? Well, you finally got something to wash that nastiness off?
That's right.
I was gonna say something different, guys, but yeah, I'm live right now. It says 4 hours on my end. Okay, I must have rebooted somewhere. Yeah, because it's only showing me 59 minutes, right at 59 just then. What was for lunch? Hamburger with all the fixings, lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles. Kind of like a teriyaki chicken. It was a chicken basted in flavor. And sauteed onions and green pepper. And I had the onions, had the hamburger, and the chicken. Those were the three things. This evening it will be Mom, just so you know, I'm paying attention. I told her a while ago how cute her daughter is. Too bad we can't one fly in the flag. I know, right? That would be even better, wouldn't it, Lala? Thank you all for being here, guys. It's great big appreciation. Big D cleaning up his act. Moving it over here to the logistics tent. They've got another one over there. And a lot of cooking. Well, not a lot, but some cooking does go on over here in logistics because sometimes they might not make a breakfast over at the tent, or a lot of times we might wake up late because we stay up late doing logistics and miss the breakfast over at the main kitchen over here. And so we have a small kitchen back here in the logistics tent, and that also enables them to not have to leave their AO. And for those that don't know, that would be area of operation, because they are busy back there. That's where the no live streaming is, where live streaming is not allowed. They do get busy back there. Hey, sweet Caroline, that looks cool too. But yeah, so anytime we go I'm hungry for a burger, right? I know, and it was so good. And it was the Bucks that made it. Matter of fact, you can see the gentleman right there in the orange shirt back there. That is Ron Buck. That's his, let's see, what's behind, that's his vehicle right there. You can see the little flag sticking up on his pole. He is a pilot car driver. They move large oversized loads and stuff like that around the United States. Here lately they've been doing mostly the ones here, I would say mid to east coast, meaning I believe they were just in Tennessee and Missouri not too long ago. They've been down in Florida, North Carolina. They're out of Jersey themselves. They did move something from Jersey down towards Florida at one point, and yeah, so they pilot the oversized rigs to get them where they need to be with their necessary pilot cars to guide them and lead them. The pole right here that has the little flag up on top of it right now, that is his measuring pole, so that he can go up alongside a load, figure out how tall the load is, so that he's the vehicle in front. If his pole touches the bottom side of a bridge, meaning the shipment cannot go underneath that bridge, kind of thing. High line wires, things like that. So that's what they do. And him and his son, Zach, it's Zach, not Zach, because it is Zechariah, not Zachary. It is Zechariah, so his name is Zach and Ron, the Bucks, and their father and son team. The name of his company is R&Z, for Ron and Zach. So yeah, but that's what they do. They're the ones that cook this afternoon, and they're the ones cooking for dinner as well. For dinner, they're having smoked chicken. They told me earlier, I don't remember what all it is, but I do know it's smoked chicken. Please have the gents wear gloves when they serve. The ladies wear them. The guys just forgot. No, actually, Lala, Ron did have gloves on, but he was only using one glove because he was using a utensil in the other hand. And he said the utensil slipped in the gloves, so that's why he had a bare hand. But yes, they do. They were back there. They were cooking with gloves on the whole time I watched them. And some of you guys were giving me flack about giving them crap whenever I went up there to go get my food. Well, it's kind of like the working relationship that we have amongst each other, he and I, they and I. And that's what we do, is we talk smack to each other. So it was all done in love more than content, for those of you that may have been wondering. I've known the Bucks for over a month now. We've actually had an opportunity to spend a lot of time together, they and I. And it's always been good. It's always been good. And they're here. A lot of people don't like the fact that they're here. My point is, the more the merrier. Nicole was here earlier, for those of you that didn't know, which was a surprise to me. And I'll let that be at that. So yeah. NER, good afternoon. Carol Burton, I was thinking the same thing. Carol, not the same thing at all. Sweet Caroline, okay, what's Carol saying? Do you wear gloves? Come on, guys. Don't be that way. It's totally different when you're serving in public as serving your family. I mean, technically speaking, if you try to look at it that way, your family are your genes, literally. And if they're adopted, they're still yours. Please. In my opinion, that was totally uncalled for, Carol. And I'm only saying it because I read what you had to say. It's funny, don't get me wrong. I got nothing against it. I understand what you're saying. I feel the same way. As a matter of fact, I think that night when y'all were complaining about being gloveless over there when we were doing all that pulled pork in the middle of the night, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was. And all you guys were hollering and screaming about gloves this, gloves that, and we weren't even handling the meat anymore. They had worn the gloves during the process of handling the meat. Buffalo Wifey can attest to that, as well as Buffalo Man. They were there. They were the ones that were handling the meat. They were the ones responsible for the smoking. Buffalo Man was. So yeah, everybody's always got their own way of looking at things, and perception, and in my opinion, discernment. Take it for what it is and just keep on moving. Again, if you got nothing good to say, why say anything at all? You know, one of those aspects in life. Somebody told me the other day, they left a comment in one of my videos that says, quit being so negative. I laughed and I was like, I didn't think I was being negative, but you know, it's the way people see things. Oh, I know you did, Buffalo Man. You even, I won't say it out loud. We'll talk about that when you get back over here. Remind me, and I'll tell you. You did a very good job, Buffalo Man and Wifey. You guys did fantastic that night. Greatly appreciated by all that you took the bull by the horns and were in charge of the smoker. And yeah, they're doing smoked chicken today. They've started it this morning. Some of it has already cooked. They put it out. We don't know, or I don't know for sure if there were enough hamburgers for everybody that were here this morning or for lunch. And so they pulled some of the chicken that had already smoked and was cooked out and set it out on the tables so that other people could get something more to eat if they wanted, I guess. And some of that chicken was eaten. And it was all chicken breasts that I saw in the pans. I showed you guys on the live stream, I believe, earlier. But yeah, that chicken looked good, though. So yeah, kind of looking forward to Peggy Taylor. They should be back this coming weekend, I believe. I wish I was there to taste it. Oh, it was good. Matt 53, it was good. Buffalo Man did an awesome job in that smoke routine that night. And they pretty much stayed up all night with it too. What was it, 8 hours? Something like that, Buffalo Man. Rally was awesome. Thank you, Matt 53. List of emoticons for Facebook. I have the link too. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Thank you, Layla. I hope you are too. I hope your family's doing well. Prayers to these guys, everybody. Layla and her family. Hey, Matt's mom. Matt's mom says, many church and family gatherings over the years. No gloves. I'm still alive. The school kids get me sick. Totally understandable. School kids are school kids. To be honest, anytime someone is cooking for a crowd, hairnets and beard covers should be worn in addition to gloves. It's basic hygiene. We're not basic, Cream Puff. We're advanced. Just FYI. I'm just being facetious, guys. I'm not trying to create any discord here. So yeah, hopefully next weekend I may have to attend a graduation, but hopefully not. Well, why wouldn't you want to attend a graduation, Buffalo Man? My goodness. I understand, guys. I'm just kidding. Carol, I think she didn't follow the initial conversation. Yeah, I may have missed the whole thing. I will have to get you back on the karaoke mic for some fresh pro jam. There's another song that I like to sing in pro jams, so there's a good chance that you will. I will sing Black again whenever I'm able to let it flow. I still get a lot of nervousness whenever I get up there, so you don't get to hear what I hear. We'll put it that way. Yesterday was great. Loved the speakers. That's awesome to hear, Buffalo Man. I heard that you had live streamed. A lot of people came on my stream later and told me that you had live streamed all morning, or beginning from 10 a.m., something like that. And said that it was very, very nice to be over there at that rally. I'm glad you guys were able to attend that in your home state. I say home state because that's where you live. I do understand you're not from there, but that's where you live today, so it's your home state now. I'm not telling you what to do. If you're okay eating hairs and dandruff, I'm not here to judge. Yeah, me either. I don't mind eating hairs and dandruff if that's what it is. I'm sure you would be surprised what goes on behind the scenes in restaurants. Lena Bartman, and a lot of people wish not to think about those things, and that's totally fine. But it happens, and you know, life is life. We continue. God gave us a fantastic immune system. Unfortunately, it breaks down the older we get, but my immune system, in my opinion, is still fantastic, even at my age. Not saying I'm old, guys, just at my age. You can get a West Virginia food handler's card, $10, 1776. You just do the online test, quick and easy solution. We're not that sophisticated, guys. We're just a bunch of, I say this politely and nicely, we're just a bunch of backwoods rednecks out here enjoying life. Fighting for our sovereignty and our freedoms. And doing it in a uncharacteristic manner. Ask a pest control man. It's okay, you do make some very valid points. I always say to each his own. If they do not mind, it is okay. That's the way I perceive it, Feline Prowl. I know anytime I've ever cooked for people, I've never used those things, and I've cooked for people quite frequently. People have, I'll tell you this quick little story. So back in 2009, I was working at George Mason University as a lead installer, and I had decided to take my children to a Dallas Cowboy football game here at Washington Redskins Stadium. Oh, my bad. The Washington Commie Stadium. And God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt. Now, you got that right, Carol Burton. But yeah, so I decided to take my kids over there, and I was going to take a bunch of meat because we were going to tailgate, and was only going to take 3 of my 4 children. The youngest had had an exceptionally good Christmas, and for the older 3, this was kind of like their Christmas gift from Dad, because they wanted to go see a football game in Washington Land. And so yeah, I purchased tickets. I spent, God only knows what it was. I don't remember now. But I ended up getting, I got 5 tickets right from Jumpstart, and then I was given an opportunity to buy 2 more tickets. It was 9 rows back from the end zone, so I purchased those tickets as well. So I ended up taking all 4 of my children plus a friend of theirs and myself. So we had 6 tickets, something like that. Anyway, 7 tickets. Anyway, I had to reboot it, guys. I don't know why. Yeah, so it told me I was right at an hour, and now I'm back down to 45 minutes on this stream. That's crazy. Anyway, so I wanted to go over there, and I wanted to tailgate. So I took all this meat over there, and we were cooking it on the grill. I took some steaks, and I took those country style ribs, which are pork. And so I'm out there cooking. I've got the grill going. It's hot as heck. It actually melted the bed line that I had on the tailgate because of those small grills. And I'm over there cooking, and you know, everybody's smelling it, and people are smelling it from all around the parking lot as more people moved in for the to so. And we had already pretty much eaten everything, but I still had meat that I needed to go ahead and cook. That wouldn't spoil sitting in the truck while with those guys, and even meet people that I'd never seen before in my life. Probably will never again in my life. But it made an impression on them, and I wore no gloves, and nobody cared. They just wanted to try that meat because it smelled so good. And yeah, that was pretty humbling. And I get that all the time. I've had I hear how often I say I get that all the time, and it's almost hard for me to believe that I say that as often and as frequent as I do. But at this stage in my life, I get it all the time, and it's crazy. Having Frankie Bobby withdrawals. You guys are funny. They didn't have helmets when I was a kid. We didn't wear helmets. Charlene Evans never wore a helmet or knee pad in my life as a child. Roller skating, roller blading, roller this, roller that, bicycles, tricycles, 3-wheelers. Of course, I rode a helmet. I rode my motorcycle with a helmet. Not often, but I did. In the state of Utah, it's not a mandatory. So and that's where I grew up, riding motorcycles mostly. So yeah, fortunately I did the night of my accident, because it probably would have killed me had I not been wearing a helmet. We'll just put it that way. God has made plans with me from way back when. I was 15 when I had that motorcycle accident, and I'll tell you the small story behind that. So it was my golden birthday, turned 15 on the 15th, for those that heard of golden birthday. And my uncle purchased me, unbeknownst to me, of course, a motorcycle. I knew how to ride a motorcycle because my cousins had a motorcycle. And he purchased a motorcycle for me, unbeknownst to me, so that I can go to and from work without having to disturb anybody to take me or pick me up. The dairy farm that I worked on at the time was, give or take, 12 miles away. And so he bought me this motorcycle. I'm going to work one day, and it was probably around this time in the season when I had my accident. It was in September. close to this time. But the bugs were really, really bad at that time. Love bugs, gnats, dragonflies, you name it, they were out. And I'm getting ready to leave from the house, go to work, and don't have my helmet in hand, getting ready to get on my motorcycle and drive away. I also drunk out a water hose. So did my buddies. We all did. So I get ready to walk out of the house without a helmet in hand, and my aunt hollers at me. She's the matriarch to our family today. She's the oldest female in our family. And she hollers at me. She says, Frankie, you need to put on your helmet. I'm like, no, Aunt Janie, I'll be fine. She's like, Mijo, what about the bugs? I'm like, you know what? You got a good point. I've got a face shield. You know, I keep the bugs out of my teeth, out of my nose, wherever it is that they enter when you're riding a motorcycle out on the open highway, per se. So it was a back road. But anyway, she says, but yeah, what about the bugs? And I said, you know what? You got a point. Let me go ahead and grab my helmet. And I put my helmet on that night, and I rode to work, finished work on my way back with one of her sons, who was my age, a day younger than I, was riding his brother's motorcycle. He had gone with me to work because he was open in a different part of the farm while I was milking cows. And oftentimes he would help me rinse the barn out afterwards so that I can get out of there quicker. Anyway, so we're on our way back, and we decided that we did to race, and we always did this. It was nothing new to race down the highway, and I had a little Exciter 1 250 Yamaha, and he had a 400 special. So the 400 special is going to be much faster than the 250, but the 250 had better takeoff. I would always beat them off the line. And no matter who was driving that bigger bike, I always beat them off the line. And I'm down the bike, hidden behind the handlebars, just to keep my wind drag down as much as possible. And had the speedometer pegged out. It pegged out at 70. I figured we were doing probably around 80. And hauling butt down the road. Well, of course, he comes along by me because I beat him off the line for like an eighth of a mile, and then after closer to a quarter of the pass. So anyway, we're headed down the highway, just booking it, 80 mile an hour on my bike, and I notice I'm catching him, and I'm in the left side of the drive lane, and I notice I'm catching him, and I laid down, man, and I'm holding that throttle wide open as hard as I can, and hoping the bike would just go faster, so I could just blow by him. And I'll never forget, just as I got to his side, basically his rear blinker light with my front blinker light on my wheel, on my front wheel, or was it there? But anyway, the moment I saw his blinker light come on, I'm on his left side, and his left blinker came on at the back road that goes back to where we stay, where we lived. And he went to turn in front of me. I sidestepped the handlebar, spun completely out of his hand. He laid the bike down. He was taller, much taller than the bike, so he just basically spread his legs, and the bike fell to the ground. And of course, it laid my bike down at 80 miles an hour, and I go sliding across the asphalt, hit a 4-inch steel pole that was holding up a mailbox that was welded to a 16-inch rim. For those of you from the olden days know what I'm talking about, the way they used to put mailboxes up. They would weld a 4-inch to a 16-inch wheel, or split wheel, bury it in the ground 6-8 inches deep, 10 inches deep, whatever it would be, and that would what would hold the mailbox in position. Well, when I hit the pole, I broke the pole in half. Yeah, at 15 years of age. Snapped the pole in half. I shattered my elbow, and I had the somebody mentioned it the other day. I can't remember the name now. Anyway, the small bone came up through the forearm, came up through the skin on my forearm, and so I had 2 fractures in my arm: a shattered elbow and the small bone tibia. Fibula, femur, ulna, radius. I don't know which is bigger or smaller, ulna or radius. Anyway, one of them came up through the skin, a compound fracture. There you go. And anyway, so yeah, I don't remember any of it. I just remember seeing that blinker light come on right there on my right-hand side just as I got to his bike. And I don't remember anything after that. Winded up in the hospital that was on a Tuesday, and I think I got out the following Monday or Tuesday, so I was in the hospital for at least a week. I had a cast on my arm for 2.5 weeks. My arm was healed. Doctors couldn't believe it. To this day, I still wonder how I healed so quickly. But I did. Again, it was God playing in my life, in my opinion. And so, yeah, so I went through that whole ordeal. Lost 2.5 months of my time, of my life, from the accident. Meaning, I was in an amnesiac state, is what the doctors, or the way the doctors tried to explain it to me. I was in an amnesiac state, meaning I was basically operating on a subconscious level, not a conscious level. And I learned, I was in geometry as a sophomore in high school. I was in geometry class, and I learned all the hypotheses and theorems. I know I've told this before. After awakening from my amnesiac state, I forgot everything that I had learned. My counselors worked with me to work me out of that class, get me into a different class that would have still enabled me to gather my math credits necessary in order to pass to the next grade. My grades were exceptional except for during that time. As a freshman in the state of Texas, I received the credits necessary to become a sophomore. Because the freshmen were not recognized as part of the high school in the state of Utah, where I lived, I was unable to carry those credits with me to as a sophomore in Utah. So here I am starting with 0 credits going into my first high school year in Utah. And my first, because I had the accident in September, which was the first quarter, my first quarter GPA, so that you all know, was a .0007. That was my very first GPA as a high school student in Bear River High School in Garland City, Utah. And that was only because I got a D- in one of my classes. All the rest were Fs. So I had pretty much flunked out my first quarter in Utah. And when they worked with me, because of the situation that I'd gone through, I got all the credits necessary in order to pass. I'm a junior. I began my junior year down in Aransas, where all my credits were accepted. The sophomore credits that I barely got, I wound up passing to be a junior at the end of my sophomore. The end of my sophomore GPA was a 2.96. So I'd started with a .0007, raised it all the way to a 2.96 due to the fact that I was pretty much a straight A student. Ended up graduating out of Utah with a 3.8 GPA. So that was kind of a pick-me-up as an individual. But when I graduated in Utah, my senior year there at Bear River High School, they had voted on bringing the sophomore or the freshman class into the high school and making the junior high seventh and 8th graders only, like it was in Texas where I went to school. And then the freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior were all high school. So they moved up the freshman class into the high school my senior year. Upon doing that, all my credits from Texas were now valid in Utah, and I was told that I could graduate at half year. That's coming from a .0007 GPA, that I could graduate at half a year with my GPA being at a 3.8. And I chose not to. I chose to continue or to finish the school year and graduate with all my fellow classmen, which is what I did. Graduated May 26, 1983. It snowed that day in Utah. It snowed that day, so we ended up having graduation services indoors as opposed to out. We were supposed to have an outdoor ceremony. So 6 days after that, I was enlisted in the Army to go to basic training. So June 1, I started basic training in 1983, 6 days after graduation. So yeah, excelled in that. That could be a different story. But yeah, my story just doesn't have a story. My story has so many different stories, so many different things that I could tell you guys. And some of you might be like, all this guy's just getting his own horn. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing that. Man, this guy's got a heck of a story. A heck of a life story. I have a hard time sharing about me because of the things that I've experienced in my life and the things that I've gone through. Living in a truck, living in a tent, living in an RV is nothing to me. As a young adult, meaning 17, 18 years of age, still in high school kind of thing, I lived in a train car that was not on wheels. It was a train car that was put in alongside of a field, had power there. That was all it had, was power. We used kerosene heaters for heat. We used cardboard for insulation. We had no windows. We used a lot of blankets to keep warm at night. Utah gets cold, for those of you that do not know. Snows a lot in Utah. I can survive under anything. Oh, what's the next one? Frankie Bobby loves to film girls. Well, thank you, Frankie Bobby loves to film girls, whoever you are. These people are vicious, man. Where do they come up with this stuff at? That's incredible. It's the first time I've seen that. Fresh veggies out of the garden are the best. You got that right. Graduated a year before you. You did well to graduate on time. Yes, I worked hard. Good job. They just want to draw you in to comment. You're just work for them. And people don't get to me, guys. Y'all just, people don't get to me. Only if I allow them to. I hate reading the same thing over and over and over again from some people that come in here, and that's why you hear me say something, because I get tired of looking at their rhetoric. They think they're being snide and swift, and they're going to be able to slide the stuff past me. It's just that I've acknowledged it to begin with, but once it gets to a tipping point, that's whenever I do acknowledge, and it may sound like I'm angry at them maybe for the moment, but it's not really an anger. It's I'm more upset that they're willing to try to do that, thinking that they're going to be able to get it over on me. People don't get over on me very often. They only get over. Hey, Marshall Law, how you doing? Good to see you here, buddy. Long time no see. Thank you for being here. Everybody give some love to Marshall Law 28. He's local. I'd hope to meet him one day. Hey, Patriot Q. It's amazing how jealous the trolls are. Sad little people hiding in their parents' basement. For real. That's funny. Graduated 83 and went straight to USMC also. Well, good for you, Lloyd Fisher. What a transition from high school to military. I'm not saying the Marines are better than the Army. In my personal opinion, all branches of service are necessary for what they do. And the Marines just happen to be the ones that are called out the most. and that's fine. I'm an Army guy, and I respect the Marines as much as I respect the Army and the Navy and the Air Force and the Coast Guard even. And now Space Force, I don't even know what the heck that's about. But anyway, cars in near to highway. Yeah, there's a highway in front of us. Highway Route 11. But yeah. But anyway, so yeah, I just thought I'd share that little tidbit of information with you guys. I did very well in basic training AIT, which is advanced individual training. My advanced individual training was, oh, that was Chuck. My advanced individual training was 11 Hotel, which is a tank killer, otherwise known as a TOW, which stands for, it's a TOW, T.O.W. It is an acronym for Tubular Launched Optically Tracked Wire Command Link Guided Missile System. Yeah, that's a mouthful. But I was a grunt, 11 Hotel. Was rated #1 in my field there in AIT. And guys, I don't talk about this. That's humbling to even say it out loud. It even puts a lump in my throat. But yes, I was considered the #1 tow gunner in basic training AIT that year. That time frame that I was in basic AIT. I was #1 and physical fitness at 139 soaking wet pounds, 138. I could climb the ropes, I could run fast, the kind of the package soldier. I was requested to stay behind as a drill corporal. Anybody that's been in the military, particularly the Army, know that the drill corporal is the one that pretty much does all the physical activity with the troops. Sorry, I had to reboot, guys. It shut down on me. But yeah, so they requested that I stay back as drill corporal to the company that I was affiliated with in basic AIT. I didn't want to do that because I wanted to become special forces. I think I told you guys a bit of this story the other day. And so I had to go to Ranger School, which was right there in Fort Benning, Georgia, where I was stationed at during my basic and AIT. And they wanted me to stay as drill corporal because I beat our drill corporal in just about every challenge that he put in front of us towards the end of the group, not at the beginning. At the beginning, of course, he was the best because he was the best physically fit. Though through time, the 13 weeks that I was there in basic and AIT, we became more physically fit as troops. And I began beating him in everything that we were doing. He appreciated me, which is very humbling to me because those guys are top notch. I mean, they're really physically top notch individuals. And they wanted me to be that person for the basic and AIT there at Fort Benning, Georgia. But I wanted to move on. So I got my orders for Ranger School, Jump School, Ranger. And was very excited that I had received the orders that I was hoping I would receive. When they came in approximately 2.5 to 3 weeks prior to graduation from basic AIT. And I was elated in the last 2 weeks of my time there in AIT, which was the second half of the training. My last 2 weeks, I was just so elated and just so overwhelmed with the fact that I was able to actually arrive to what it was that I had expected of me. A lot of that had to do with believing in who I am, knowing that I could do these things, doing them physically, mentally. I was guide on bearer, I was platoon captain, I was a squad leader, and I was just a regular troop. But as time progressed, I became all these things, squad leader being number one, and then working my way up through the ranks at that point. To become guide on bearer meant that you were better than, at least in that time frame that we were in classes and we were in training. Becoming a guide on bearer made you that much better than platoon captain, because only the platoon captains became guide on bearers. And I had achieved that. I was guide on bearer for our graduation. I was also supposed to jump out of a helicopter for our graduation, but that got nixed at the last minute due to the weather. Nevertheless, the day of graduation, we're out there, we're pinning our ribbon. For those that don't know, you get as a grunt, being in the Bravos, because there's 11 Bravo, which is basically just a grunt, shoots a firearm. There's 11 Charlie, which is the mortarman, and then there's 11 Hotel, which is tow gunners, tank killers. And I graduated top honors and as a tow gunner, number one. And because I had that quality and capability, the day of graduation, we're standing out in and getting ready to go out on the graduation field for our ceremony of graduating. And the captain brings me new orders stating I'm going to combat support company in Germany, because I was number one tank killer here, but going over there I was going to be in a mechanized group, meaning I would no longer be on my feet carrying my big old heavy tow around, which it took several troops to carry that thing around because it was really heavy. It broke down, and I think into 6 or 7 pieces, and there wasn't a single one of those pieces that was light. Everything weighed 50 to 75 pounds. And I think the brain of the the traverse, which is the piece that holds on top of the base to hold the bazooka looking can't even think of the word I was looking for. Anyway, what shot the toe? Wow, really? It looks like a bazooka barrel. We'll say that. And though it is made fairly, in my opinion, cheaply, not meaning cheap in price, but cheap in the composite material that it was made of. And that was probably the lightest piece on there, but the traverse that held that was probably a good 75 to 90 pounds in and of itself. So instead of having to carry that stuff around on our backs like we did as gruntmen, as 11 Hotel, I was able to do it with a tank. It was APC, for those of you that know what an APC armored personnel carrier is. It was basically an APC built up to carry the tow head on the top, on the turret area of the tank, of the small tank. And that particular machine, instead of being called an APC or armored personnel carrier, it was called an ITV, which is an infantry tow vehicle. Infantry tow vehicle, ITV, infantry, yeah. I think I'm correct on that. I could be wrong. Guys, remember, this was 30 plus years ago. But anyway, so I became a mechanized infantry. I wound up being sent to a mechanized infantry unit in Germany. I was with the Big Red 1, 1st Infantry Division forward. I had a Big Red 1 for a patch. And we went to Grafenwehr and Hohenfels. Some people know those names. For training all the time. We tore up fields, houses, trees. Sometimes we'd go out and play combat, and it was like real war, so we treated it as such. But I did do a live fire. The captain didn't want me to do a live fire because I had become, during this process of being in Germany, I'm with the best beer in the world, technically speaking. And I have alcoholic qualities within. And drank like a fish out of water while I was over there. Got into a lot of trouble, unfortunate, but it happened. Still declared the best troop, but the best troop with a problem, alcoholism. They tried to help me with that problem. They could not. I still drank with the drugs that they gave me. It didn't matter. Would get sick and it wouldn't even matter. I would continue to drink anyway. And this is the humbling part of my story right here, is the fact that I was released from duty with a Chapter 13. Chapter 13 being inability to adapt to military life. I was discharged early. I received an general under honorable conditions discharge. I still have all my rights as a vet. I am a vet. I was there for 2 years. It's unfortunate that the things happened the way they did. But I only and honestly have always believed, it's God's way. Maybe I just needed to go in and get that training. I don't know. Maybe I just needed, maybe I needed that discipline placed in my life to carry me to where I am today. I don't know. I don't have those answers. God impresses upon me who and what I am today. And I believe he was very impressionable back then as well, as a young individual. So I moved back to Utah. I was sent back from Germany back to Fort Dix, New Jersey. And from Fort Dix, New Jersey, I was sent on a bus. They wouldn't even offer me a plane ticket. I was sent on a bus to go back to Utah, which ended up being a 4.5 day trip on a bus. Went up through Chicago, Detroit, Flint, Omaha, Pittsburgh. So many different cities, it's unreal. I tried to touch on the larger ones. Denver, Colorado, before we went over to Salt Lake. I was let off the bus there in Salt Lake. Had to have somebody come pick me up from Salt Lake, which is about 80 miles north of or south of where I lived, where I'd come from when I joined the service. But yeah, so I went back home and have continued my life since then. Continued as an alcoholic for several years thereafter. Went into a drug rehabilitation program in 1987. I was working for Martin Thykol, pouring the Space Shuttle rocket propellant into the Space Shuttle rockets, the big white boosters that came on the side of the Space Shuttle. I mixed that propellant and poured it into the segments of the big white rocket boosters. Mixed propellant for Minutemen, ICBMs, anti-ballistic missiles, any of the missiles that you could possibly think of. I mixed propellant and poured it into the casings as necessary. Got to see a live fire of one rocket. One of the booster rockets laid down on its side. Got to see a live fire of that a few times. That was very invigorating to see. I've had quite a colorful livelihood to date, and what baffles me today is that all of that that I've experienced throughout my livelihood to date pales in comparison to what I have experienced here the past 2.5 months, being part of the TPC and now of our restoration movement. And I consider this a freedom movement, and it's quite humbling to know where I've come from and where I am today. My opinion is God has humbled me. put me in the position I'm in today with work. It's a minimal position, doesn't take a lot of my brain power, doesn't take a lot of my physical side of work. But it's humbling to be in the position I'm in today with work. And I have to think about that every day when I go to work. And thank you, Cindy Martin. I have to think about that every day when I go to work, because I've been and I know so much more. And that's hard for me to say out loud. I had a conversation a few years back with my best friend. And he's my best friend. We grew up next to each other as children. Never really got to know each other because they were the bad white kids across the street. And later in life, we became really, really close friends. And he's my best friend to this day. But I can't talk about it, guys. My bad. But yeah, I've been humbled many a time in my life. And God's got me on the humble side of life right now. But he's also given me what's here in front of me right now, what you guys are looking at, what you guys are hearing, what you guys are seeing and experiencing through our eyes, through our live streams. And I think he brought me to a humble position so that I could be available to what I'm doing today. And why do I believe that? It's because it's what he impresses upon me. People can't understand a lot of us and who we are and what we do and why we're here. I don't think that it's intended for a lot of people to understand right now. I think that there is a great awakening coming, greater than has already transpired. And in all honesty, I believe that we're the people that were chosen to help others with the experience that they're going to experience. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Because right now our country is gone to hell in a handbasket. It's unfortunate, Matt's mom, that people came back from wars in that way. I grew up with he was a cousin. He was a nephew to the matriarch of our family on her side of the family, because my aunt married into the Barrientos clan, into my family, and he had a hard time talking about things that happened during his time in Vietnam. My Uncle Joe, my mom's brother, he never spoke about Vietnam either. It's hard to imagine that all these people had that experience that went on over in Vietnam and were unable to communicate the things that occurred over there because it was so horrific. And when the troops came back from over there, there was no ticker tape parade. There was no welcome home soldiers. It was during, and from my perception, it was during the time of hippies, And I don't think hippies are bad people. I think it happened during the time of people like Jane Fonda. We'll just say that. They hated war. They hated the troops. They criticized, damned, spit on them, talked badly to them, called them names. There never was a hero's welcome when they came back to the United States. And it's unfortunate that they had to go through that, because they fought the war that was put in front of them. I think it was a BS war to begin with. I don't think we should have ever been involved in it. But the military complex, the warmongers of our country were strong then. Honestly, I believe that the Vietnam War began and went on as long as it did just because they finally were able to get rid of JFK. And I do believe JFK was an assassination. Unfortunately, I think it was an assassination by our government. And because they wanted the war, just like they want one now, just like they wanted one with Bush over there. I still believe 9/11 was an inside job, and until somebody can prove me different or prove the facts differently, I'll always believe that. For those of you that don't know anything about that, maybe go look in history. Try to see some of the things that I've seen. Try to find that information. A lot of that information has been removed from the web, from the, what does Richard Rawlings call it, from the interweb. I believe a lot of that information has been removed so that people cannot find the truth anymore easily. It's still out there. They can't. Nobody can delete everything digitally. But you have to be smarter than, and I'm going to say this out loud, smarter than me on a computer in order to try to find things like that if you really want to go dig in that rabbit hole. There's a lot of rabbit holes. And yeah, I know a lot's been taken down everywhere. But you can find the information. But you're going to have to work to find it. You're really going to have to want to go dig in that rabbit hole, dig deep in that rabbit hole to get the information that I'm sharing. Some of it right now here anyway. Some of this stuff was blatantly put out in public years ago, but has been descripted, removed, deleted, however you want to phrase it, by our government, in my opinion. Hiding the truth, hiding the facts. Remember, the Democrats, they have no scruples or morals. They'll do anything and everything they can to prevent you from finding the truth. Go for a walk. It's hot outside, guys. It's really not that hot. It's 78. Head up. All right, well, back up a little bit because I'm kind of in this. Kind of get out of that entry a little bit. Yeah, we can go for a walk. Walk around the campsite. Thank all you guys for being here. Thank you all so much. I hope I haven't bored you with a little bit of my history. I don't know that the things I said would help anybody in any way, but it just felt like a lot of what I don't know, God impressed it upon me to go ahead and put it out there in the public, because I think there's a lot of new viewers here that may have never heard my story before. And I guess he wanted me to go ahead and put it out there to the public again so that everybody could understand who I am, where I come from. And I've just given you a small taste of the things. So that everybody knows I was raised by my aunt and uncle, alongside their 2 children. And yeah. My uncle was the man. I'll never forget my uncle. Jeez. Tear. Oh, thank you guys for being here, all of you. Gary Reed, sure, keep guns. I don't care. Won't mean a thing against the USA. He doesn't have to worry about the USA, Sue. He's not from here. If anything, he'll be defending his country in Canada. But I will have my guns. And I am here in the USA. Is the earth flat? No. No, the earth is not flat. At least not in my eyes, not in my opinion. Who was instrumental in putting out missing links was run off YouTube pretty fast. Yeah. You can bet on that, Ray Taylor. And thank you, Uncle Deuce. I don't even have to think twice about questions like that, Sue. Read Dr. Mary's Monkey opened my eyes to our messed up government. It started before JFK and died. Yeah, it's necessarily speaking, the world changed in 1917, 1920, somewhere in there. Right around the time of the Spanish flu. 1920, something like that. Though it's just been on a down, in my opinion, on a downward spiral from even before that. I'm going to sign up. Well, no, I'm not. There's 332 of you. What's up, Bubba?
You just took a shower.
Hi. Hi, little man. What are you doing? Yeah? You feel good? You feel clean? Do you feel clean? Yeah? What, you want to get in my truck? Not today. Maybe tomorrow, okay? Or, yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Archer by maybe means no.
Dr. Mary's Monkey. Matt's Mom, I don't think I've ever read that or even heard that title before. That's an interesting title, though. I'll have to look that up. Who's that by, Dr. Mary's Monkey? Who's the author? If you don't mind sharing. Is he okay? Okay.
Yeah. How's your chat doing? How long have you been streaming?
Somewhere around 5 hours, 4 hours, something like that. How many hours have I been on here, guys? AJ's asking. Who is AJ pushing? His brother. His brother, Archer. Wherever he's at. He's around here somewhere. There he is. I hear him. There he is. Yeah, it's his baby brother, Archer. No. Oh, his birth certificate is legit from whatever country, from Kenya. 5 hours. They're telling me 5 hours right now. That I've been on for 5 hours. Yeah, because
This is like 3 hours.
I got on right around 1 o'clock when church services started. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, guys. Bunny McTarsney says, hello, Dinner Bell.
Hello, y'all. I'll be streaming later after, in like
June 8, 14 years,
minutes.
Pan Hoffman. Good for you.
10, 20 minutes, I'll get back. I'll get on the stream, but I have to watch my brother for a little bit. My mom's dealt with him all day, and I might as well be a good big brother to deal with him.
So he said probably in another hour, right?
Around 20, 30 minutes.
In about a half hour, Dinner Bell is going to go online.
Hopefully.
I'll probably, hopefully.
Like, the
I'll
sun's
probably
in
shut
here.
mine down and let you guys go over there and show him some love. I should be home right now at 6 o'clock. Fortunately, I went home earlier today, took a shower, got cleaned up, and came back out here because I had to go pay my bill. And
He sounds like he's
What?
laughing.
what?
When he
What?
laughs at the beginning of his laughs, he sounds like
What
he's
blue
crying.
eyes? What little blue eyes? What little blue eyes?
A blue ring around his eyes, but
Oh, they're
they're
blue-green.
supposed to be a hazel color.
Yeah,
Like my mom-
they're blue green hazel. Yeah,
Yeah, they're supposed to be
same
like
color
that.
as your mom's, right? Look
Yeah,
at
but
me.
my mom's are green and more greenish.
Yours are brown.
Greenish brown, like a golden color.
Right.
But his is more blue on the outside.
My son was called Golden Child when he was young. We called him our Golden Child.
Because he had golden eyes.
Well, no, he had a hazel look in his eyes, but one eye was more green than brown, and because we have green eyes in my family, but one of his eyes was more green than hazel, and because of his skin color, because he has skin color like mine, and we called him Golden Child. He was our Golden Child.
Because he looked more like a golden, an actual golden child.
It was my firstborn. I mean, you know, what can I say?
That's the first one that you spoil, and
Yep,
then
you got
whenever
that
the
right.
other ones start coming, you're like,
Well, I
yeah,
had two older ones previous, but they weren't my children. I raised them as children, but they weren't mine. So yeah, my
I gotta
Frankie,
go get 'em, but-
my Golden Child was my firstborn.
Yeah.
Yeah, chase him
The
down.
one I gotta go chase him down. I'll be online in like half an hour.
All right. Yes, we were that. We were that proud of my firstborn. He was considered our Golden Child. Still is today, pretty much. Love my kids to death, all four of them. Neither one of them, none of them are better or bigger or more loved than any of the others. Frankie may have been back then, but not today. Not in my opinion, anyway. We love all our kids the same. Their mom and I were on speaking terms, I guess you could say. We're civil towards each other. First time she saw the flags hanging on the back of my truck the way they are, we were at a birthday party for our grandson, and it was kind of dark in the evening, and she drove up she drove up the driveway, and she comes inside and she says, "OMG." When I drove up, I was like, oh my gosh, who is the redneck that's got flags hanging off the back of their truck? And then I realized it was yours. She said, of course, I automatically said, go figure, it's Frank. Frank Black Wolf needs help with subs. Can we, Gary, Gloria, can somebody please put a link up for Black Wolf? Guys, if you would go over to this link that might be put up, Summer Blossom, one of you guys, Lady Buckeye, there you go. Lady Buckeye already got Black Wolf's hyperlink to his channel. Could y'all please go there and give him some love? I believe he's trying to reach 1,000, is he not? I don't know how many. Guys, in all honesty, I forget about it whenever I get off this live stream, and I don't go over there and look. I have a hard time posting the information that I want to post on the creative post part of my community tab, I guess you can say. I have a hard enough time remembering to do that, much less going and liking somebody else's or subscribing to somebody else's channel. Though I call you guys out on it all the time to please go over and show some love to these guys. I appreciate that you do. Also remember, guys, as a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you guys to do me a great big favor right now. I'm going to go ahead and close my stream. And I would like for you guys to go over there and attack him with Frankie Freedom Fighters and put up our emojis. And I'm going to go over to his site, and I'm going to hope to get to see his numbers change. Is he live streaming right now? I do not know. Black Wolf, are you out there? You anywhere to be had, dude? If anybody finds out, Black Wolf 89, 789, I've been subscribed for a while. Black Wolf's not on here though right now, is he? Because I was hoping that he could start up a live. Can he do lives yet, or does he just need love right now? If he can't do a live, guys, go over there and give him some love so that he can reach that milestone that he needs to access in order to be able to access live streaming straight up. So yeah, go over, show him some love. He's live now. Okay, well, go attack him, guys. I'm signing out. Go attack him. Go hit him. Go hit him up. I'm going over there right now. Thank you.